What's good? What's good, guys? Microgreens? Yeah, I actually don't vibe with the microgreens, man. Um, yeah, unfortunately, I do not vibe with those. I can explain to you why if you want to know. I don't agree with the microgreens. I'm about to make a video about those. There's a lot of people that are eating all these microgreens that grow under these lights. It's a bad vibe, guys. It's a dirty vibe, honestly. I hate to say it. If you're dying, maybe. Otherwise, microgreens are actually really not a good thing, man. They're really no better than this. You saw organic cereal, but it's made of cornmeal. Yes, so that doesn't mean anything particularly, right? A lot of people are learning that doesn't mean nothing, right? Doesn't mean nothing, unfortunately, in this world. If you're rocking corn, unfortunately, it's going to be getting some of this, it's going to be getting some of that. It's going to be modified over the last 10,000 years. Started as a grass, right? Corn is grass, and now it's this big giant cob. Trying to make an extra buck saying it's organic. Yeah, and the organic farmers will tell you that the other stuff just sprays on the organic crop anyway. The pollen from the GMO crops just spray right over anyway. So it's like, does it really even mean anything? Colloidal silver, that's a good question. I personally have heard good things about it. I don't practice anything with it. I had a buddy practicing with it before. He was actually shocking himself with that stuff in his blood or something. It was way past anything I would try, but I heard good things about the colloidal silver. You might be able to take it as a trace mineral, right? But I don't. What the heck do you eat? Try to eat wild as you can and try to eat organic. Try to eat real plants that they didn't make. Yep, yep. Try to eat real plants that they didn't make. That's going to help you, okay? Um, let's see here. I mean, honestly, where are you at? You got to, that asking what you can eat. A lot of people have a lot of different standards with what they eat. Somebody asked me, I don't know if you're trying to like be whole food based. I don't know if you're just saying, is this okay or not? Like chips and cereal, is that okay? Because there's so many different situations, and I can tell you to eat alkaline vegan, but then if you're eating this, you're gonna laugh at alkaline vegan. So is it like, what do you eat? Do you want to try to change your diet? Or are you saying, if you're trying to eat only real food, that's what my food list is for? If you just want real food, baking soda, wash. Don't ever get something that you got to try to wash a poison from. In other words, don't ever buy produce that you need to wash the wax. People say get the produce and then clean the wax. No, man. What you want is organic produce, and you want to wash the organic produce. So just to clarify that, just because they're spraying it doesn't mean you can wash that stuff off, guys. It's just like us. If somebody sprays you with Raid and then right into your skin, and then you go take a shower, guess what? You already sucked all that Raid up. It don't matter if you shower; it'll help get it on the outside, but your skin already absorbed it. You know what I mean? Have you ever sprayed like a paper towel? We're just like a paper towel. Hit it with the spray gun, it's gonna go and suck everything up immediately. That's what we do with chemicals, but we also do that with minerals. We also do that with good, healthy minerals, guys. If you touch any real mineral, you're gonna absorb it through your skin immediately. That's why we're designed for nature, because we would just be absorbing all our minerals all day by touching our nature all day, by grounding, by touching sticks and logs and mushrooms and everything else. Man, you suck it all up. You're sucking up all the nature. You walk through the creek, you're sucking all those minerals up. You don't even know it when it happens. We're that advanced. Just like we don't know it when we're getting killed by stuff. You know what I mean? Just like we don't know it when we're eating this, is slowly just destroying you from the inside and you don't even know it. I had that happen. It attacks your gut. It goes for your endocrine. It goes from your DNA. It goes for your metabolism, obviously. You know what I mean? It goes and goes and goes. It goes for your blood sugars. Anything you touch here is an immediate blood sugar spike. There isn't one thing here that's not going to skyrocket your insulin from one serving. One serving of it will skyrocket most people's insulin that is somewhat sensitive, like most people are. Most people are insulin sensitive. I mean, a little kid, no, their blood sugar is not going to go up as high, but that doesn't matter. That's just like smoking cigarettes. You know, you're 30-year smoker. That cigarette's a lot more bad for you to smoke as opposed to that 1 week just started smoker. You know what I mean? That guy, he's got a better chance of battling back against that inflammation. But if you've been just gunning it for 30 years, every one more you do, that's just another, you know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. Baking soda has heavy metal, right? I get the aluminum free. Uh, I get, for my baking soda, I use my toothpaste. I get the organic metal free, aluminum free. Carnivore diet, hey, for some people that works. My thoughts on bacon: tastes good. It's super bad for you. It just, it's unfortunate. Is it better than a lot of things? What like if you said, all right, man, I got bread or bacon. What do I choose? I'm gonna tell you bacon. I'm gonna tell you bacon, even though that bacon causes some inflammation in your body. I mean, it causes mucus and stuff. The bread is what we're super sensitive to. So it's like somebody saying, hey, I'm a 30-year smoker. I got to chew here or a cigarette. I'm going to do one of the each. What should I do? Well, don't do the chew because you get stuck on the chew, right? But the cigarette's really getting you. So you pick your poison. You say, do the chew, man, and then hopefully you can stop chewing. But, that's how complex it is. It's unfortunate. So with the carnivore diet, I say it works for some people. Why? Why? Because this isn't the carnivore diet. You guys, look. I'm not saying carnivore diet's even healthy. It's not. It's really not. But it's better than this because this is just going for blood sugar. When you do a carnivore diet, your blood sugars are going to be a lot lower. They just are because unless you're doing a ton of meat, protein will raise your insulin. But this stuff is 10 times 10 times. So you pick the poisons, guys. What can you do to get away from the stuff that's really, really getting you? And that's the breads, the cereals, the sugars. It sucks. I wish it wasn't true. Tea is amazing, guys. You use tea. I drink tea every day. You can do tea on fasting. This is like a bulletproof tea I have right here. I actually have MCT in here and elderberry. And this is like literally like just like a bulletproof tea. That way it just helped me fast, it helps satiate me, gives me some healthy fats. Teas are amazing, man. Teas are a lifesaver, and you can sweeten them with the right kind of sweetener, and you can still drink them all day, and it won't raise your blood sugars or nothing. So don't sleep on teas, man. If anybody's doing coffee, the tea is 10 times better. 10 times better. It's literally flipping the switch. The coffee is here on the toxins, the carcinogens, you know what I mean? And the tea is the opposite, man. It's, you know what I mean? It's so much better in every way. It's going to help you detox your body instead of tox your body. The coffee toxifies you. The tea detoxifies you. If it's the right teas. It's just like a shower. You take a shower, it actually toxifies you. You know what detoxifies you is sweating. Believe it or not, unless you got a really good shower, your mineral shower from the lake, you're actually technically toxifying your body in a way because you are absorbing those chemicals due to as sucky as it is. And then when you sweat, you're pushing them out. So it's like all these things we think, it's just nuance. It's all nuance. Somebody's in here dropping they love Red 40. That's what's up, man. I appreciate that. I expose Red Dye 40 all the time, and I do it just about every live. And if you guys want me to expose it again, I'll expose it right now on the fly. Tea for life. brush your teeth. I never brush my teeth after drinking my tea. My tea doesn't do anything to my enamel. If unless you got some crazy tea or you're drinking it with sugar. But I'm drinking elderberry tea with no glue in their tea bags, none of that. They don't bleach it, none of that. So and there's no fluoride. You know what I mean? So there's a just talking about tea in general is actually very complex. It's hard to find a healthy tea. It really is. If you can do loose leaf, that's the best. Loose leaf tea with herb. Elderberry tea is one of the best you can do. I drink. I'm hooked on my elderberry tea. I'm hooked on that stuff. It's so good, and it's got the hemp tea bags. No, nothing. No glue. No staples. No nothing. And it's $20 for a bag of 100 tea bags on Amazon. You know what I mean? So it's amazing. It's literally can't beat it. Fluoride free toothpaste. That's a really good question. And I'm going to tell you no. I'm going to tell you do not consume honey instead of sugar. If you need something with that consistency, do blue agave just because blue agave is going to have 10 times less the carcinogens. So honey is a lot like coffee, and I know a lot of people still don't know yet, but or if you guys are learning like the pink salt, honey's a lot like the pink salt, guys, where they tell you they got all these benefits, but the benefits are only 2% of the whole product. And I explain why. I know exactly why. At the very least, though, we're talking blood sugars, and you're talking about swapping out one sugar for another. Honey and sugar are just about dead on the glycemic index. And yes, they are a different type of fructose, but as far as your blood sugars are concerned, they are right there. Does not matter how you want to compare it. They are the same glycemic effect. Does it matter what kind of bread? That's another good question. It does not really, fam. Unless you're doing an alkaline bread, it's still going to have some carbohydrate. But if you're doing this bread, these are the highly inflammatory breads. So, you guys know these are bread, right? Like these chips are pretty much cornbread. But then any of your wheat cracker type crackers, those are just types of bread. This is types of bread. They make these out of wheat. You know what I mean? So everything's the wheat, you guys. Everything's wheat, 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 and it's this fake plant, and it's just causes inflammation. It's like eating sawdust. Literally, it's like eating glued together sawdust with salt. That's what this wheat is in our bodies. What's up, Brown Eyes? How you doing, fam? Been missing you guys, man. I've been dying to get on here. The Matrix has been killer. It's been killing me. I've been dying to come on here, and I got my other page too that I've been working with. So it's been hectic trying to keep up here, and then I'm trying to keep up with you guys. It's impossible to try to keep up in the comments with you guys. It's like no way in hell. I've got two accounts over 20K now, and how how in our famous, I don't even know what to say to that. To me, I kind of am like even having the following, that a little following I have, that's like enough for me. But you know, um, I think that I'm gonna mainly appeal to people who are really more waking up, man, who could really see between the lines and really be able to see the details. You guys, if you guys can follow me, most people just want to swipe me away, man. Like get this guy out of here. Like I don't want to hear this. So anybody trying to take red pills, so there's just not simply not as many people I think taking red pills yet, and I see that it's happening though. It's getting better. But the honey is a good question, man. The potatoes, man. See, I hate to tell you guys, the potatoes, they're very bad, man. And at the very least, again, we're talking blood sugars, right? And these blood sugars, guys, are all attacking us. Okay, so these potatoes, what do? They cause a high blood sugar effect from the carbohydrate and the starch, and they turn to sugar, fam. Those things, you eat one French fry, that just turns to sugar. It just turns to sugar, fam. So unfortunately, these potatoes and these potato products are causing the same problems that all this stuff goes to. And you know I say just moderate. Try to get the little ones. You know what I mean? If you're going from French fries, that's a totally different world. But if you're trying to, vibe a little bit with some plants, get the small red potatoes. They're organic. Those are the closest to what the real potato was, guys. The real potato was just a little bitty thing, right? And they blumped it, just like everything. And now it just so happens to have a ton of starch in it. It's totally blood sugar attacker. It's actually just as much of a blood sugar attack as a freaking Honeycrisp apple is. That's what a potato is, fam. You would never think. You would never think. Quinoa's good. I recommend quinoa. It's actually a seed, and the quinoa seed is a good one, fam. Does it have a little bit of a carbohydrate? Yes. So if you want some healthy, good carbs and some protein, quinoa is a great substitute, and it's a great substitute to your toxic rice or whatever else you're rolling with. This one says you're in New York. He's famous enough. You guys are awesome, bro. You guys are crazy. How do you win against the FDA? Okay, that is the question of the day. Let's take a look here. Okay, I mean, I can change the screen or I could leave this screen. Let me see. That's a really good question, guys. This is my favorite question that I love to answer. Give me one second. All right, so this isn't even that bad. You know what I mean? This is really actually not that bad at all. This is just what I had on my thing. But these things are just a few of the horrible things that are allowed here by these cats, right? Okay, so how do we win against them? Guess what? As far as winning against the FDA, you just don't consume the stuff that they approve, guys. It's really that simple. So all this stuff that we trusted them to tell us was healthy, like all those foods I had up here that says, you know what I mean? So just if you don't consume the things that end up going after our endocrine systems and everything, then that's how you go against it. Just not consuming the toxins. Essentially, yes. Essentially, pizza and fries, pretty much. If you can do alkaline organic foods, then you're not going to be consuming all their crazy Cheez Its, all their sketchy wheat thins, all that stuff that's so good and so approved, but is so going for us. So there you go. That's why I'm winning against them technically because I'm not consuming 8 glasses of fluoride a day. I'm not showering under it all day long every day like I used to, and I'm not eating the foods that they improve. Do I have a job? I do have a job. I have many jobs actually, and this is my biggest job. But I do have a job. Yep, and it sucks too. You know what I mean? Like my job is cool and easy, but just having to work a regular job and it's part time right now, which is nice. But yeah, it's the Matrix. You know what I mean? Are they trying to ban CMOS? So, uh, it, people get all hurt over how you word this because they wrote an action up against it. So that means they want it gone, man. You know what I mean? If they got an action rich, it's the FDA. If they want something gone, they get it gone. You know what I mean? Remember the red amaranth plant? That's the red dye 40. They got that sucker gone. They didn't want that plant to be the red dye 40. They needed it to be the petroleum. So, are carbs bad in general? That's a really good question, man. You got to ask yourself, in true nature, would you really be consuming a whole lot of carbs? Not really. Not really. Honestly, you wouldn't really be. Look at like a even an omnivore or even a herbivore in nature or even a carnivore. None of these animals are consuming any real high amounts of carbs. I mean, really. Maybe if you've got cow grazing in a wheat field, that's random, but otherwise they're mainly just eating grass, fam. And you got to learn that these plants and everything used to be so much different than they are now. So we really didn't have the carbs and sugars that they have now. Let me see here. TikTok. I mean, this is what they do, guys. So, there's levels to it too. Don't get me wrong. But you got dandelion greens at the store, Mick. That's amazing. I love when I find them. Yeah, job. So on the sea moss, just depends on how fast. That's right. Only eat the Dr. Sabi or wild occurring. Yes, 100%. That's what I do. I mean, at the end of the day, that's where I'm at now, but it took me a while to get there. So, yes, you're right, though. That's what I do now. It's not easy, it takes a lot of discipline. So, yes, really like 2 to 3 tablespoons of that sea moss a day will dial you in good. I take a little bit more if I'm just ripping through minerals. Like if I'm sweating a lot, if I'm doing sauna or exercising a lot, I'll take in some more mineral, take in some more sea moss. Either way, get 2 spoons of that stuff a day, and it's literally like taking a multivitamin. That's way better than any multivitamin you can ever have. Honestly, there's no people ask me about vitamins every day. I don't take no pills, vitamins. None of them. None of them, guys. I mean, is there one out there? Maybe, but I don't pop them. I take my sea moss and eat real food. Beets, that's a good question. Beets are very not good, unfortunately. And I know that one is start so like at first beets were like in cans and we were told yeah they're pretty good for you. Well, come to find out they made beets and and they've GMO'd the hell out of them. Beets started off like a little turnip and now they're this big giant ass thing. And let me show you. Same comparison. I'm glad they changed the screen. It's a lot better. Same comparison, guys. This is what they're doing. And so what comes of this? What comes of this? These beets were not ever sweet enough to make it their own sugar like that crazy, like how they make sugar out of them. Okay, they blow them up. Everyone keeps trying to defend this natural selection. Not everything's fake almost. Yep. Everyone's saying this is just nature, guys. Like just chill, bro. Like this is just natural selection and this is no big deal. These things were cherries, bro, and they didn't even taste good and they didn't have any sugar. So they literally how did they just keep making them this way? This is what they did with beets. So then they make all these plants, then they grow them by the fucking millions, spray them with all the spray, right? They're genetically made in the first place. They're made. Then they're spraying them down. The soil is depleted and toxic. Lentils are good. Lentils are good. And then they're pulling these beets out. They're extracting the sugar out of them, and then they're running it through bones, And then they're putting it in all the food. The sugar, any ingredient you say sugar is probably from beets, most likely. The majority of it's beet sugar. And it's a man made fake plant. And it's a toxic sugar. And it blasts your insulin through the roof. It blasts your insulin. It sucks. I'm sad about the avocado too, fam. I'm sad about the avocado. At that point, when I learned about the avocado, dude, I'm done with this place. I'm done with Earth. I'm ready for the new Earth. I'm ready to bust up out of these Antarctic walls. And I'm out of here, bro. The avocado was my last, like, all right, this one's a true blue. Like, this one's healthy. They tell me it's healthy. Da, da, da. Is it better than something that's pure sugar? Yes. But I just don't like the vibe. I don't like the vibe of it being this big and now it's this big, man. I just can't vibe on that. You know what I mean? Pinto beans are fake, fam. The only real beans are garbanzo, unfortunately. And honestly, the whole thing with the beans, I gave up the beans before I went into really finding out what these plants are. And I gave up the beans because they blast your blood sugars through the roof. They blast your insulin. But chickpea is a great bean. You can do chickpea noodles and stuff like that, and chickpea bread, and it's a lot lower of an insulin effect. Black rice, yeah, like wild rice. If it's wild rice, it's got to be the wild black rice, only black. That's the only real rice. But quinoa's, in my opinion, better than wild rice. It's crazy. It's crazy. I really don't mess with much rice. I do like quinoa. It sucks. And it just depends on your level. Do you want to go all the way to the bottom of the rabbit hole, or do you need to transition? That's why I'm going to have to offer consultations to people. People try to ask me so many questions all the time. So I offer consultations, honestly, to where we can sit down. If there's somebody that really wants to talk to me, like to get down to the bottom of something, then I can give that time now. You know what I mean? You guys, I want to answer every single thing. I just missed that last comment. You used to think couscous was good. Yeah, I used to think cream of wheat was good. I used to think Wheaties were good. You know that? Did you guys used to think that Wheaties were good? Dude, Wheaties are one of the biggest scammers. Wheaties are one of the worst, fam. And they blast your blood sugar. They don't even taste good. They taste like sawdust, bro. Like they taste like glued together sawdust. And you have to put a bunch of sugar on them. And, um, they're not healthy, man. They blast your blood sugars through the roof. And they're toxic. They're not organic Wheaties. They're just Wheaties. That means they get sprayed all day. How do you get more info on the cows aren't in the wild? Look around you. Google, bro. Or look around you, or I'll pull it up. These MFs. So yeah, we're talking, the peach. You know what I mean? These two, I made you guys this nice little thing here, so you guys can get a quick little, easy little scope on it. How they did this? It's always 10,000 years ago, bro. Like, so just like the peach, bro. These things, they made them bigger and badder and better and tastier and juicier and more deadlier. Really, I mean, their acid they cause that comes from these animals. You know what I mean, guys? These things, you don't see a black and white cow in the wild. They made these fools. No big deal, right? So here we are. Fast forward to 2023. Broccoli, I know. Yeah, that one's fake, fam. I'll do the broccoli. So fast forward to 2023. Now they got GMO pigs, and now they're putting drugs in these and human DNA to uh, give them a non-viral uh, shot of the you know what stabber, if you get my drift. So they're putting the stab in with the DNA, and now they're pumping that blood back out to the human beings. Yes, yes, I got a video on that. We got these creatures, right? So right here, they're saying this is the black and white mutant cows. That now they're these gigantics. Two different breeds of cattle, and these animals usually never would have met themselves in the wild, and they never would have done this. Why? Because by this time in nature, it would have already happened, man. So they're playing God with these animals. They're creating these animals, fam. So this was the two different kinds. They were black animals, which, okay, hybrids, no big deal, right? I mean, we do that too. But again, you can't find these things in the wild. Why? Yeah, good question on the rice, man. You know what? Pretty much, I'll tell you right now that these guys get away with doing things like that more because of the levels of these things. They're really not much healthier over there. I mean, they may not be as overweight and all that, but they're also not eating cheeseburgers every day too, fam. So if you're eating rice instead of cheeseburgers, I mean, you're gonna be a little bit better off. Plus, those people they don't live like us. They don't necessarily. Maybe they do now, but they don't do the 3 meals a day, 10 meals a day. They practice a little more discipline, from what I know, and they do more fasting and stuff like that. America's just always on the worst scope. What type would I say was the safest to eat? That's a really good question. It's going to be wild meat, without a doubt. It's going to be wild meat. The best meat is going to be taking your own life. If you have to take a life of an animal, let's say you're dying, and you need that animal's life to live. You take that animal's life and you bless it and you pray over it and you know what I mean? You consume it usually right then. The minute that you got to go off doing stuff with the meat and all that, it's just dead, and it's just the energy's poor. You know what I mean? So that's just how I think in nature, fam. That's, when I say primal, that's how I think. I think primal. I think back in nature. I'm a sentimental creature. I got 4 canine teeth. The rest of my teeth are not for ripping raw flesh. Nope, they're for chewing plants and fruits, and then chewing them up here on my flat teeth, and then swallowing the alkaline fruits and vegetables. Not this raw meat, this blood that we can't eat. When are we going to get what? Make a fire. We're going to get a fire going. You know what I mean? You're going to do all this processing. It's just way more work. It's just way more work. I'm like I said, but if you're dying, bro, you're going to be like, all right, like, let's get this fire. I'm going to invent this damn fire because I'm dying, right? And I'm going to take this animal and I'm going to, I don't really want to, because it's way easier to grab a fruit off a tree than to murder animals. I've done my own kills. You know what I mean? I've killed my own animals and ate them for years. And it's a lot of work, man. So it's like survival. Yeah, I get it, but otherwise, again, look at our teeth. We got 4 little baby canine wannabe teeth. If dude, we would have way more of these if we were supposed to just be eating all this fucking meat. You guys, look at the meat eaters in the wild. Their canines, they look like this. Their teeth go like this for shredding flesh, and they can all literally consume raw meat. Why can't we? Why can't we consume raw blood? Why do we have to cook this blood out? because we're not these ravenous just meaters. 10 meals a day. I've done it. Get good. You know what I mean? If I could, I would do it now. I'd do 20 meals a day. I could literally just eat all day. I used to just literally as a drug, just no stopping me. It was so normal and cool. Sunflower seeds. I used to F with them. I used to F with them until I learned that they were man-made and they're actually really high omega-6 and they're actually really hard on the gut, man. If you do a lot, I used to do like sunflower butter, but are they better than a lot of other stuff? Yes, man. And if could should you eat them to quit smoking? Yes, man. You know what I'm saying? But deep down, like to the bottom of it, I don't eat the sunflower seeds no more. But that mainly it's mainly like about the gut. Like they made my stomach hurt eventually, but that's just me. A lot of people can get away with more than me. I've screwed my stomach up. So certain things I'm very sensitive to. That's why I'm on alkaline vegan kind of. It's really for my gut. Cherries, berries, strawberries. So cherries, if you got like the tart cherries, like that used to grow all around the neighborhood with the big old seed and they're not that big, those are good real cherries, tart cherries. But now they got these big super sugar cherries. Those things are fake. And strawberries, unfortunately, they're a lot different than they used to be, but are they better than a lot of stuff? Yes. Just don't mess with the Walmart strawberries that are 55 times the size, and make sure they're not number 4, guys. Make sure they are organic as close as you can get, because those ones they're like us the most. Their pores just suck that spray right up immediately. So you can't wash that shit out. Quit letting people tell you to wash out the pesticides out of your strawberry. Dude, hell no. Dude, hell no. That plant sitting all day in the sun and shit, soaking up the spray. Dude, soaking them in some tap water, any water, I don't care what water you got. Soaking glyphosate soaked plants in water is not going to be a good vibe, guys. You can't get that stuff off. So make sure your strawberries are as small as possible and organic. Dogs are foul, dude. You know what I mean? They're wild animals that we hybridized. We made those MFs, and they're dirty. They carry parasites and all that. But hey, you send it. You know what I mean? You send it. You do what you got to do. If you've already got them, it sucks. I don't vibe with them. I got dogs, and they're just annoying and dirty. And on a property type vibe where they can kind of live outside, man, that's the only way I think dogs should really be. I think if you don't have a place where they can literally roam and have their own little hut and just be an animal like semi-wild, then to quit, like, I don't want to mess with them. That's just me, though. Some people, they want them like right there, like all up in their whatever's your vibe. Like, I know they definitely bring the vibe up. Yeah, I'll tell you right now, we'll think, when are we moving to that natural island? You see my post on that, or see me preach about that island, fam, where they're self-sustaining and they're all healthy. They don't touch no pills. I live that way. Literally, I live exactly like those people do on that island, except I'm in the Matrix, man. I'm not on that island. You know what I mean? But I mean, as far as like just the thought process and just like the more laid back, like less rat racing, less bills, less footprint kind of vibe. Like it's just I'm way more content. I mean, it helps that I'm doing something I love. But yeah, man, I'm ready for that. I think that's like the new Earth, that place. It's got to be something. We got to be separating or something, because that's how people should live, man. Honestly, we shouldn't be just getting throttled all day. It shouldn't be so difficult to have food. This Earth creates food for us. These plants grow year round. Man, this is bullshit. Like all this North America is all synthetic. They made North America. Like literally, they made North America. Oh, Willie, bro, what's up, man? That's a trip. What are you doing, man? That's crazy, man. Aaron's is crazy, huh? Man. That's a yep. You took me back. But yeah, man. So it just goes on and on, fam. So right here, we say that you you say that you gain muscle faster, easier on a meat diet. You know why? I'll tell you why. It's not the meat. It's not protein. You don't need no protein. Ask a gorilla, bro. Ask a gorilla how much meat that guy's got to eat. Dude, the gorilla's gonna be 55 times more jacked than any of us, right? He's just eating plants, fam. Okay, so why do you gain muscle on a meat diet? It's because you probably cut out bread. If you cut out, or you're just eating more of the meat instead of the breads. The whole idea is if you're pulling out bread and sugar, you're gonna gain muscle. There's no question. If you're doing any kind of fasting and working out, and you're cutting down on the sugars, even if you're replacing your sugars, you're going to get results. No fucking question asked. So a lot of people think that they're getting results because this, that, or the other. And how are you going to get the most result? The more you fast, the more result you'll get, the less work you have to do. The more refine your diet. Like me, dude, like I maintain my physique all throughout the winter. I don't even really work. I haven't even really worked out that much. I walk and I exercise, but I've only grabbed weights 3 times this whole winter in my garage for 20 minutes a time. And it's because I will not touch bread or sugar. I just won't no more. And if the minute I did that, my muscles will literally start to turn from muscle to fat. Literally, it's like a mutation. I'm not playing. It's literally that specific. Right on, bro. Willie, I'll have to follow you, bro. I thought I had you on Facebook or something, man. It's been a long time. What's up, Kimberly? How you doing, fam? Good to see you. Mel, I see you're in here. I appreciate you, Mel. Willie, I appreciate you, bro. So here's the thing. I do have a list, and there is protocols in there like fasting, stuff like that. I give you guys that for free. Okay? Now people still are constantly asking me questions. All right? So I'm trying to work on programs for people, but at the same time, I'm too busy for that. So right now I'm offering consultations. If there's somebody that doesn't really understand or can't figure this stuff out and they want to talk to me for a short time, I'm doing scheduling with consultations. So if because I love y'all, but you guys, I'm getting hundreds of DMs. I'm on multiple platforms, and through Facebook, IG, I'm getting DMs all day asking me people to rabbit hole their vitamins and everything, which I would love to be able to do, and I was doing it for people, but it's way too overwhelming. So literally at this point, I've got so much going on, and I've got to be making money at the same time, guys. Like I hate it, but I do have to be making some money, so I'm offering consultations. But I love to get on live and talk about details with you guys, and I try to give out as much free game as possible. I mean, all my videos are free, pure free game. On my free list, my food list, free game. You know, my Amazon store is free game for people. Like, nobody pays anything different through that. I get a tiny percentage out of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's just where I'm at on that. Again, you know, this is the reason because I'll get to the insulin resistance. You have some good questions. But this is the reason why I have to do this. Because I can't just tell you, bro, to go eat alkaline. I don't know what you do. Like, I don't know what you eat. I don't know what your levels are. I don't know if I'm going to lose you as somebody who wants to try to get healthy or not. If I just tell you, go off my list and screw off. But if I say, all right, like, what is your diet, man? Well, I'm on the traditional American. Well, you're going to laugh at my list. If you're on the traditional American diet, you can eat anything, man. And then my list is just nothing compared to it. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's tricky, and it's like, well, unfortunately, I kind of got to scope in more on the specifics because I don't know where everybody's at. There's sugars in the vegetables and fruits. Yes and no. I mean, a lot of these vegetables, like potatoes, turns to sugar, and a lot of these fruits, again, they're fake. They're totally made there, and they're bred up for their sweetness. Appreciate you, Mel. So, my thoughts on insulin resistance, guys. It's the number one. It's the number one. It's the number one threat to America, to the world. Honestly, The insulin resistance is the number one weapon against us, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Inflammation comes from this, all this. Yes, that's a residual effect, but what's causing the majority of the inflammation? It's without a doubt our insulin levels going up and not knowing it. It's sneaky, it's tricky. It's just like getting lung cancer and not knowing it. People who get lung cancer, they don't realize it. It could literally get you in a second. You're smoking cigs, you can't feel the pain of that cigarette. It's designed that way. That's what this food does. So you're blasting your insulin all the time. You don't realize it. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I had 6 diseases directly correlated with insulin resistance. Why? Because I was blasting all the toxic foods 24/7. I went to the extreme of it and I learned my lesson. And I still am. You know what I'm saying? So, what's my thoughts on insulin resistance? It is the number one threat. If we're not paying attention to our blood sugars, then we are subjected to the matrix, the food matrix, and everything that's going to succumb from it. Everything that's going to come from it. It's not good. At the very least, a lot of people, what is it broken down? What is it broken down? Like, how can I say that I know this for a fact? Why? Because look at if what's the majority of the people's response to insulin? To gain weight, right? So look at the nation, look at the world. What's the majority of the people? They're overweight. However, what about the people who aren't overweight that are still blasting their insulin? Those are the people like me. Like, my genes didn't, my symptoms reflect off of my genes, and my genes weren't coded for me to get fat. My metabolism, whatever it was, didn't allow me to gain much fat. Even though I've got a before and after where I look chubby and then not, I should have been 10 times the size I was on the left, right? And so when we take a closer look, so you know, I got a little fat, but I would never ever got this without fasting, man. And cutting out the bread and sugar. So you can just see this is just my physical. This is not what happened to me emotionally. This is not what happened to me mentally or spiritually. Everything changed. If you could see my brain when I was on this other shit, and then my brain when I was off it, it would be way more drastic than this. Okay? Why? Because my genes, they didn't make me necessarily just fat. If I always said if I would have just gained weight, I would have been happy. Why? Because I could have just lost the weight. But what did it do to me? It went after me in 10 other ways. It took my hair from me. It took my teeth from me. It took it took away my nervous system. I'm not playing with you. It took away my nervous system. My nervous system is shot. And also, it did things to my brain, man. I mean, it really started messing with my brain. Alzheimer's is type 3 diabetes, and you don't notice the first sign of Alzheimer's 30 years in. That's like smoking. That's a deliberate bioweapon. Okay, so with the insulin resistance, man, everything I was doing was contributing to that, and then I was able to correlate all my problems back to the nervous system, and the insulin resistance destroys the nervous system if you have my genes, and if you don't, it may not be destroying your nervous system as much. Maybe you gain more weight than I do. You know what I mean? And I just lose more hair than you do. That's what it is all about. So that's how it's able to not be pinpointed by everybody in like smoking. With smoking, there's no question about it no more, right? We know that when you smoke a cigarette and you're getting lung cancer, there's no doubt in your mind that it's from smoking cigarettes, man, 99% of the time. Well, that's how it is exactly with insulin resistance. If you've got really anything going on with your nervous system, with any kind of weight, any kind of anything, it is 1000% going to always come back to insulin resistance. Why? Because that's the number one elicited effect when we eat these toxic foods right here. That is the number one effect, is it's blasting your blood sugars through the roof, which devastates the human body. Cut, and that's going to help big time. I had to do that later on, and you're right, but at first it was just running away from the bread, guys. If you just cut bread out, your life will change. I'm not playing with you. This is another pretty good question, man. I don't really think the blood type is as important as other things, but I'll tell you right now that the alkaline vegan diet is going to be more beneficial because you're cutting out a lot of the toxins that way. I don't really know what people recommend you eat by your blood type. Are they going to recommend certain alkaline foods by your blood type, or are they going to tell you to eat pineapples because the doctor said your blood type's this and pineapples are on the list? Well, pineapples are man-made and they're pure sugar. You know what I mean? And so when I tell you I had 6 teeth pulled out of my head, what was that due from? It's from the damn breads and stuff, guys. You have anything dental going on? If you're tired of losing your teeth, tired of having... This is my sixth tooth pulled out of my head, you guys. I saved it. So, you see that nasty... You probably can't see it, but there's a chunk in there. That's the mercury that fell out of my hole in my tooth. This is my 6th tooth ripped out of my head. No, I don't vibe with the Ezekiel. It's better. It's better than regular bread, but it's not. It's still going after you. So anyway, this is the last tooth that I'm ever gonna have pulled out of my head, because I know now that this breads, these sugars, these things that turn to sugars were destroying my oral health. I've had all these teeth ripped out. Now I have 0 plaque on my teeth. Now I have 0 issues. I don't even brush my teeth that often. You know what I'm saying? So if you're talking insulin levels, we're talking blood sugars, we're talking vision problems, we're talking all that shit, man. Gaining weight. Everybody's got some kind of weight they can lose, probably, most likely. I hate to say it, but that's not how we should be, in my opinion. I don't think we should have a bunch of weight to lose. We never would have been smashing down all these carbs. We would have been eating a bunch of fiber. You know what I'm saying? So, insulin, what do I think about insulin resistance? You know what I'm saying? You can't really get any more important. You can't get any more important. And then it goes very deep. Why? Because, like, you say, all right, man, like, I get it. Stay off the breads. Well, I'm going to go smash me some Honeycrisp apples from Walmart, and I'm going to get me some Cavendish bananas. And yes, is that better than bread? Yes. But is that still blasting your blood sugars? Unfortunately, yes, they are. Unfortunately, yes, they are. They're way different than nature ever made them, and they're just blasting your blood sugars. And then that's how I know that this is designed, and that's how I know it's a number one weapon, because I can tell you exactly what are going after you. And the minute that you cut out things out of your diet that leads to blood sugar effect, your life changes, man. Your life will change. Whether it don't really matter what you got going on, man. If you're eating the traditional American diet and you've got anything going on at all, brain fog, I don't give a damn what it is. If you want to improve it, cut the fucking bread out of your diet. Just cut it out. I went to dirty keto. I don't care what people say. I went dirty keto. Is it a sustainable diet? Nope. Will I recommend things that are kind of crazy? Yeah. Do we have to get drastic? Yes, we do. Do we have to really pay attention to the details? Unfortunately, yes, we do, unless we want to keep being fucking victims to the Matrix. And, if you're cool or you haven't noticed your symptoms yet and you're chilling on that, that's fine. That's like smoking cigarettes 10 years in, 5 years, I'm cool. I got another 20 years before my C word shows up. That's how it is. There's no question to it. Have I started one-on-one yet? I have started. I have started it. I do have scheduling in my bio. You can schedule through my bio. I got a little bit going on, and yeah. So if you want to talk to me, man, you know, again, I have to do it that way. Unfortunately, it's just way too crazy. Do I eat salmon? No, not anymore. Now, again, you guys, I have to explain this stuff very carefully because it's tricky. The first thing about salmon is they got the same fucking mercury that they pulled out of my head in my tooth. Okay, these animals are full of this mercury. It sucks. I am a salmon fisherman. I have 50 salmon poles in my garage. I had the boat, all that, and I ate salmon for years. And is it better than a lot of meat? Yes, but it is got a lot of mercury, and there is residual stuff in those animals. Unfortunately, that the oceans unfortunately are very devastated, man, and these animals are a product of this devastated oceans. And it are they all destroyed? No. You know, is salmon better for you, you know, as far as the meat itself? If you were to get real true salmon meat, yes, it is better for you in a lot of ways than a lot of stuff. So the salmon's tricky. Do I need to eat salmon anymore? No. I get my omega 3s from a much cleaner source. I'm mainly going for clean. You know what I mean? And I had mercury in my mouth, so I don't want to eat a mercury fish. The FDA tells you don't eat salmon more than twice a week, or else you're going to get mercury poisoning. I mean, that right there should be a red flag, in my opinion, and that's been something that's been set for a long time now, and everything's only getting worse every day. So it's unfortunate. You know, and then, you know, it goes on with the microplastics, and then you got the GMO salmon, guys. So now these GMO salmon, they're eating the other salmon. They're they're mating with the wild salmon, and they're making these salmon in a factory with eel eggs. They're taking eel embryos and making these fish. So again, guys, all I did was cut out the carbs and sugars, man, and I've worked out just a little bit, and I fasted. That's all I did. Now, granted, my results probably might be a little quicker because I have a fast metabolism. So if you've got a slow metabolism, you might have to do a little more work than I did. I've never been to a gym, man. I swear to God, I've never been to a gym in my life. So when I say I achieved this stuff, like, this was not me like your before and after guy who's just like pumping all these weights all day and he's just like, yes, I'm gonna get jacked. You guys, this is just for me being a dad. I swear. I swear. It's just for me doing what I've already been doing. And this is just from the diet change, really. I mean, I do some activity, don't get me wrong. But it's not like I'm just 8 hours a day just trying to get this physique or burn these carbs. Or no, man. It was just letting me get into my more of a true form. Like your body's getting into the homeostasis. We should carry muscle on us instead of fat. Why? Well, think about it. Think about how much easier everything is throughout the day, how much more energy you have if you're just carrying around muscle, which is pure energy, which is makes everything easy. You know what I mean? If you're just made of muscle, you are literally like a salmon, where it's like there's nothing slowing you down. This guy, I have zero muscle and only fat. So it's like it's the opposite as far as your energy levels and everything like that. And all I did was fast, man, and worked out a little teeny bit. You can do body workouts. The discipline is in the diet. It's not in the workout. I promise you that. Grass fed beef, grass fed. There's levels to it, man. If you're at Walmart, that's your worst level. Costco, you know what I mean, just your regular. And then you've got the USDA, that's still just not really even that much better. And then your grass fed, well, grass fed's cute. That means that they gave them some grass, but they didn't finish them with grass, because that's exactly what it means. If it says grass fed, that means grass fed, not finished. And so you got to go deeper down the rabbit hole. Well, what does that mean? Well, you got to get grass finished meat. Well, why? Because they finish them on the grass instead of the grain. If the grass fed animals, they feed them grains at the end. So they can feed them grass randomly, however much they want, but then they still get to finish them off with grains. Okay? So grass fed's a BS scam like GMO. It's a BS scam. So what do? You got to go for grass finished. Well, even then, it's like, what is the genes of these? It goes deeper, but that's kind of the idea with the grass fed. If you're not doing grass finished, then you're pretty much getting like a better, there's worse, there's good, there's better, and then there's best, which is the best of it all is wild meat. You can't beat getting real wild meat if you need to eat this meat. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good question. Like I practice. Usually I do 20 and 4. I got kind of disciplined on my intermittent fasting a little more. I try to stick to 20 and 4. That means 20 hours a day, 4 hours eating window. That way I can spread it out a little bit, but I don't want to. I don't even really want to eat for 8 hours a day. That's 8 hours of digestion. That's 8 hours that I'm just packing in more food. So, and then I try to skip. Like I did a 36-hour fast, and then I refed with a meal, like a high dense, really high uh, protein, not protein, a high mineral vitamin meal, man. A very nutrient dense is what I'm looking for. So salad, some, a little bit of some fruit, some berries, you know what I mean, and then making sure I get like some of my oils in there on my salad, and then go back to another 36-hour fast, and then that way this stuff's easy to digest, and and I get everything I want or need because I'm taking CMOS. I'm getting my greens in, and then I'm getting I make sure I get all my essential amino acids just by drinking my hemp milk alone. Just by my hemp milk alone, between hemp milk and sea moss and mushrooms for your vitamin D, that's like pretty much my number one mix for vitamin for the body. And I'll elaborate that more, and that'll give or take a little bit. But it's always sea moss every day for the minerals, without a doubt. We mainly just need the minerals, guys. Yes, we need some omega-3s and we need some, amino acids, but the main thing is the minerals. So yeah, I don't have a perfect fasting regimen right now. I'm trying to do more extended fasts, but for me, my head wants the food, my brain wants to eat. Like I will admit it. Like I already know, like my body is not like starving, but like my brain just wants to eat, and it sucks. Like I know it, and it's like it kills me that I can't control that part. But I've refined my diet so much that I kind of allow it for now. It's a patience thing. Like it's just like it's like you can see the demon there, and it's like you can almost get him and just crush his ass. But it's like I'm still not perfect, man. In a perfect world, I'm gonna fast. I already fast way more than I eat, right? I'm way. I used to do the opposite. I used to eat if I was awake. I was eating something, and now I do the opposite. So that I'm proud of myself for. But when I do eat, I eat a lot. You know what I mean? I eat a lot of these high vibrational foods, and I overdo it. And so I try to fast to reverse that damage I know I'm doing. I mean, I just overeat too much. That's my biggest problem. What hours do I eat? I try to eat between like 1 and 4 is like the best little eating window if you can, because that'll give you time to wake up your digestive system, and then let it relax for a bit, and then refeed, and then it lets your digestive system calm down before you go to bed. You want to try to digest that food down as much as you can before you sleep. You don't want to be digesting while you sleep. That's my biggest problem. Okay. Do you eat with the sun? Yeah, if you eat, I believe in eating with the sun. USA, diabetic. You obviously are studying. You obviously know some stuff about this. You're asking some pretty good questions. You got some stuff off my Amazon list. That's what's up, Kimberly. I'm super glad I took the time to set that up for you guys. They give me like pennies on a dollar, which is cool. I don't care about that part. I've been dying to do that because you guys always ask me for these products, and it's like, dude, I don't know what stores you guys are at. You know what I mean? So, can I explain the avocado? The avocado is like kind of the reverse of me. So like the avocado was really small and skinnier, and then the avocado got all fat and unhealthy. Why? Because they wanted to make them. Why? Because you can't patent a natural fruit. Why? Because you can't patent something that grows in the wild. So what's the next best thing? Let's just make a plant named Hass. Named Hass. Let's make an avocado using random avocado and random other plant, and let's make these MFs, and let's make them in Cali, and we'll grow them in Mexico. There'll be a big ass cartel involved. It'll be cool, guys. We'll make millions and billions of dollars on these avocados. We'll tell everybody they're healthy and good for you, which they kind of are. You know, they're better than a lot of stuff. But I really want to know just how much, because these things used to be these little bitty flesh, and now they're just these big. When does it stop? Why can't we make watermelon avocados? Why can't we make watermelon avocados, man? That would be freaking badass, bro. Right? I mean, literally, guys, just look at this thing. It's ready to fall out of his hand. It's like, so, look at these. He's got like 5 in his little palm. Like, that's zoomed in. That's like, you guys, you do realize, look at this guy's hands ratio. That's zoomed way. He's got like 3 chilling, like no problem. But this thing is just like, bam, bro. You know what I'm saying, guys? So, where does your mind go? You guys give me your opinion, because my mind goes to, this is playing God. This is not just some natural selection, non-GMO bullshit, dude. Don't stop with that. Stop trying to defend this. This Miami fruit, guys, they're all super GMO, and they're just pumping these things out. They're making millions of dollars, dude. People are just eating these modified plants. No big deal, right? Is this better than eating a loaf of bread? Yes. Yes, but it's still a crazy, dirty vibe to me. I just don't vibe with that. I don't vibe with them making my food. Is there a good avocado? If you can find them like this, that's going to be the best, closest ones you're going to get. Good luck finding this. It's 95%. The Hass, not quite these yet, but the Hass is 95% of our avocados. The radiated stuff and all that, man, that's just deeper down a rabbit hole that can go either way. Whether they've got radiation or chemtrails in them, you know, at that point, man, this welcome to Earth. You know what I mean? Like, we can't know every single little thing, you know, as well as we want to. It's not 10,000 years ago. We were chilling. We were pure. We weren't wondering, is there radioactive things in my no. We were just like, oh, this is a plant that we've, you know, been eating for a while. Let's eat it, man. All right, cool. Oh, this tastes good right off the tree. Okay, that, you know, something. I mean, tell me something poisonous that tastes good to you, that is true nature, from true nature, not things that they made. Tell me something that tastes good that's toxic to you. I'm curious if you guys got an example, because the idea is these fruits that you grow off the tree. You grab a fruit, tastes good, it's sweet kind of, and guess what? It's good for you. So that fruit tells you, go ahead and eat me, like blueberries. When you eat that, it says, go ahead and eat me, bro. Like, I don't taste bad. Planting your own. If you get seeds like this, if you can't, you know, you can't grow an avocado. You have to graft the seed. These seeds don't grow. You know that, right? You have to do a grafting process. These things, guess what? They fall on the ground. They go in the ground. Guess what happens? They grow another one if they want. You know, if provided everything, you know, if the seed's wet enough, etc. How do you fast and gain muscle? That's the question and the answer. That's the question. That's the answer before the question. How do you gain muscle? You fast and do a little exercise, and you will gain muscle. You will burn fat, and you will gain muscle without a doubt. And that goes for dudes and chicks. And will you gain muscle at first? No. You got to fast off the extra fat. You got to fast that off, but it will convert. It will convert. That's why we got to pray over them. It's everywhere on everything. Yeah, Yeah, but again, don't just grab like a pizza and pray over the pizza and be like, pizza, please don't kill me. Unfortunately, you know what I mean. So yeah, like let's pray over it, but unfortunately, we got to face reality that the physical realm here we're in, it does in fact matter what we're choosing. You know what I mean? But overall, yeah, man. Whatever you're doing, whatever position you're in, whatever you got to put down, pray that it's not getting you so deep. You know, you gain muscle and you fast regular. That's right. You will. It's the one of the biggest tricks is telling us that we need something to gain muscle. The body can gain muscle from the body, man. It doesn't necessarily need anything. How do you think that we were designed, fam? We were out in the nature and we were what, man? We were grinding for our food, hunting and gathering, right? So how would we do that in a fasted state? So would that make you more decrepit? Like you're dying already. Think about it. Like you're dying already, and now you're dying more because you're fasting, and you're just dying on top of dying. Well, that sounds like a crappy design to me. No, that's not how it works. God designed us to thrive while we're out there hunting and gathering, to actually get stronger and bigger so we can be able to get that food and enjoy it and not die. You see what I'm saying? So everything that we've been told or we thought was true, guess what, guys? It was BS and it was lies to us. It was lies to us, telling us we can't fast, telling us not to ground and touch the ground. Come on, let's connect some dots. You know what I'm saying? When everybody learns that the things that I preach is the truth, guys, then you don't have to. Then I won't have to explain it as much. You guys can just be like, all right, like you figured it out for the most part. Like I don't know everything. Don't get me wrong, but when it comes to thinking primally, guys, it always goes back to nature. So again, you can't beat nature. I'm not trying to say I'm amazing or nothing like that, but I think only back to primal nature. And when you think that way, as far as your minerals and your vitamins and your health and your homeostasis and your physique and your brain and your spirit, it all goes back to getting closer to nature, man. You can't beat nature. Nothing man makes can beat nature. None of that. What's up, sucker? Moringa's a good one. Telling us the proteins BS. Again, look at the look at the gorilla. Look at the gorilla. Ask him how much protein, bro. How much slabs of this uh, cows you need, bro, to keep that physique, bro? He's gonna be like, what? Nope. Look at the hippo. The hippo is a ton and a half. The hippo is a ton and a half, right? Well, he's just a big fat lardy, right? No. The hippo actually doesn't have much fat on their body at all. They have 6 inches thick of skin, but the hippo is actually like pure muscle. And guess what? The hippo could chomp you in half, but the hippo is a vegan. I'm not trying to say go vegan, fucking that vegan's the only way to do it, man. No. What I'm saying is, do you need these crazy protein? No. In my opinion, no. You don't. Because we are designed from nature the same idea. And we are omnivores, but we never required the meat like we think we do. Or the protein powder, bro. Nope. Is going vegan good for you? That's a loaded question. Are you going vegan and you're like this guy, eating these all day? Then yeah, it could be better than eating bread. But do I recommend? You know what I mean? Going just vegetarian or vegan? Unfortunately, it has to go a little deeper than that because you got to look out for the specific vegetables. Like vegan, you can eat potatoes and Honeycrisp apples all day as a vegan. Guess what? That's going to destroy your insulin, and it's a bunch of starch and a bunch of sugar. And so again, it's not that simple, unfortunately, just to say go vegan. You know what I mean? But does going vegan get you away from a lot of toxic stuff? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, are you going to be eating less Doritos? You're not going to be eating no Doritos, really? I mean, I guess technically Doritos would be vegan other than the HGK, but that's for another day. HGK is for another day. But it's, again, there's layers to it, just like everything, guys. It's supposed to be confusing. So that's why it's confusing. You know, the hippos pure muscle and vegan. Hippos like their pumpkins. Yep, pumpkins are actually fake, but yeah, they are. A lot of people don't know that. Toning your muscles isn't the same as growing muscle. That's true, man. You're gonna grow muscle if you need to or you want to. Yeah, the produce. Again, there's levels to it, fam. So again, where's the produce going? Okay, well, I don't really care about that one right now. Where's the produce going? Okay, um, where's it coming from? Is your There's levels to all this. You can't just say that all the produce is destroyed, because again, there's levels to it. Are you getting your produce from Walmart? Because are you getting your produce from China? I mean, Whole Foods is getting their organic produce from China now, and they've got the toxic soil and all that. So where's it coming from? How is the real soil? Is it organic only soil? Because technically, if it's organic, there's supposed to still be codes. I mean, people break codes all day long, but technically, if it's organic, it's not supposed to have any toxins in the soil. So again, if you are just saying all the plants are bad because there's chemtrails, there's levels to it. Because guess what? If you're just going to do that, then you might as well just eat bread and eat ice cream all day, right? So again, we got to understand that there's levels to it. We got to understand that there's levels, guys. So this isn't the best comparison, but this is just the idea, man. What level are you on with this stuff? Are you getting to where you're just narrowing down your diet and you're eating less of the toxins? You know what I mean? There's so much to it. Like, a lot of people aren't as refined. I wasn't just a year and a half ago. I wasn't near as refined on my diet. You know what I mean? Am I down here more? Like, these are still toxic foods, but they're just talking about doing less of them, right? You know what I mean? As opposed to just all of it from every angle. We're just trying to lessen the effects here until we can get off the drug, which is, in fact, unfortunately, bread, guys. We're going to learn that the number one getter is the bread and bread products, man. If we're doing any of this wheat stuff, I won't let the wheat touch my body. That's the only reason why been able to maintain my body. Uh, there's no way I've compensated and worked out enough to be able to make up for the freaking the amount that I've had to sit and do stuff. The pumpkin history. I don't know the exact specifics on the pumpkin history, but I know they made it from squash pretty much, and they used multiple plants and grafted them together and created them. And unfortunately, the pumpkin causes acid, like pumpkin product is acidic, and like pumpkin seeds are really hard on the gut because they're really not supposed to be consumed really like we do. But if we do it on Halloween, send it is what I say. If you need the pumpkin seeds Halloween, do it, man. But that stuff's like kind of like eating sawdust, in my opinion. I mean, it's like hard on the gut. The pumpkin seeds, and they tell you they're good for you, of course. You know what I mean? They're high in fiber. Da, da. Yes, they got fiber, but again, they cause acid. Why? Because they created these plants, and all these plants they create, and all these products they create, like the cow's milk, all creates acid in the body. HEK. I'd pull up a slide on it, but they'll probably try to get me on the misinfo. It stands for human embryonic kidney. Human embryonic kidney, and it's cells that could and have, in fact, been used as food enhancers, and also in a specific type of thing you can get, like boosted up many times if you want. Just they got that in there at some point as well. So there's that. But I can't give you guys too many details because I will be then under examination of you know what. You just started checking ingredients, so that's the start, fam. You're on the beginning of trying to escape the food matrix. That's where it starts. That's where it started for me. Flipping the thing around, I didn't do that. That was the first action. Like, if you aren't flipping around your food, you are at full mercy of the Matrix. The Matrix will treat you however it wants, man. You know what I mean? So, it sucks. What is the easiest? If I were to give you guys a tool, like if let's say you're like, bro, I'm in the food matrix, like I just want to try to slowly get out. Green beans, yeah, they're man-made too, fam. Are they better than a lot of stuff? Yes. Okay, don't get me wrong, but I don't eat the green beans. I freaking miss them. They're good, like they're good, but they're totally created. And I can show you guys stuff on not that one specifically, but very close comparisons. They're making them. They're making them. And the main thing with the green beans is they're kind of acidic from what I remember, but I can be wrong on that particular portion of it. But I know Dr. Sebi never approved the green beans, and I always go back to what he's approving, and then I go off of that, and I make my own conclusions. Like I go a little deeper than even Dr. Sebi on like the avocado and the cucumber and stuff. But I'll tell people like, hey man, you got to choose. Just know the truth, and then you can choose, man. Where to buy sea moss? Like I always tell people, I'll always have my sea moss in my bio. That's where I get it. Otherwise, I always say get it certified from St. Lucia because there's a lot of pool grown sea moss out there. There's ways to find out if you're rocking pool grown sea moss or not. But yeah, don't bow down on the exposing. Yeah. No, I don't. I don't. I still show it, but they'll ban my accounts and I got to start all over. You know what I mean? That's the only reason. Um, I've had to start over already a few times, so I just kind of try to spread out the more controversial stuff. Like I want to repost my one about the you know what, but they always hack them down. And then it was really weird earlier. They appealed one, and um, no, they removed a video of mine, and then I went to appeal it, and then they appealed it for me. They said, "All right, it's good." And then I was like, "All right, cool." So what I did is I went and reposted the same video because I was like, "That was a good video." It was about people that were just dropping like flies after getting the you know what. They're dropping like flies, getting the you know what. And I recently posted that video. They've got me on a shadow ban on this account right now. I'm not getting views like my other one because they put a warning on me. And that's another thing. If they give me a warning, then I get shadow banned. My content doesn't spread out, and that's a big deal to me. So it's tricky. But anyway, I reposted this video, and then they took down the other one again after they just appealed it and said it was good. They've removed the other one, but they left the one I just posted. I don't know what the hell they're doing, man. It's weird stuff. Somebody asked about the Kongans. Okay, so this is a good question. And you know what? Recently, I did a rabbit hole on this, and a follower of mine, she wanted to show me it and everything. She apparently sells it, or she's affiliated with them or something. And I rabbit holed the Kangen, and I pretty much used to tell people like I wouldn't recommend it, pretty much. And my opinion didn't change. Nothing beats real natural spring water. But how many of you guys are really going to a natural spring and putting it in glass? I'm gonna guess 0.0. You know what I mean? Of you guys are really gonna go to a natural spring and get your water. So what's the next best thing? Well, you got plastic water. Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of free radicals and a lot of particulars with drinking out of plastic bottles. If you're not putting the water straight into the plastic yourself and making sure that that plastic doesn't get hot and kicked around and microplasticed up and leaching, then you're taking a gamble, honestly. So the Kangen, the thing with the Kangen is the process seems closest to the best as far as filtering the water that you gotta drink, man. So in other words, if it's removing the chlorine, the it's removing the toxic chemicals, and then apparently they're telling me that it's alkalizing the water, all of that. Okay, that's your best. That's your next best bet. So do I say I tell people now if you can't go to a natural spring, the next thing is I say the Kangen. I'd say filtering through that because, and is it overpriced? Yeah, I think it's way overpriced. But does it beat? I mean, it's a big difference between your Matrix refrigerator or your Brita filter. Those things don't do anything, really. I mean, they're doing a minimum. So this water is better. There's good, better, best. You you having trouble finding the spring close to you? Couple hour drive. Yep. See, that's the unfortunate thing, Mel. Is it just all goes down to the person? You know what I mean? Yeah. This isn't really anything. It's just the idea. You know, of just where are you at? Pretty much is what I'm asking here. Like, what level are you at? Like, I was on 10. You can't even see 10. But it's like, what level are you at? Where you're just eating? Are you just eating everything? You know what I mean? So that's the question I gotta ask people because most people, and you can't see it that way. That's just for reference. I got stuck on that screen. This one's always just a good comparison of everything that they got around us, man. Just being mindful. Alkaline. What alkaline should you be drinking? Yeah, spring water, man. If you can go spring water, however you can for now, that's really the best way to get any real alkaline. Anything they're telling you is alkaline most likely is synthetically alkaline, like your water at Costco says alkaline 9.0. That stuff's totally fake alkaline. It's not real alkalinity. It's actually acidic. It's actually the opposite once you actually go to test it because it's synthetic. You can't really trick the real alkalinity. You can get close. You wonder if there's some secondhand cans. There is some in between, and I'm looking into it more. But it takes a lot of effort and time to research it thoroughly before I can really say if it. But I'm sure there's gonna be, or there's gotta be. I mean, they're crazy charging $5,000 for a water filter. but it depends on, you know, how seriously you take it. Again, um, it's tough. It's tough. The water thing is really tough. It's probably one of the toughest things, you know, to figure out to get good water. Find a Spring website is blue. I don't know what's up with that. Wendy, nice to see you, fam. Right now I'm drinking like a bulletproof tea. So yeah, this is just my elderberry tea with MCT oil powder, and it's kind of like a creamer, and then just a little scoop of stevia, organic stevia. You're testing your spring water. How you doing it? So is that like spring water that you've harvested, or and how are you testing it? Other thing with the Kangen, like the Keurigs, got to make sure you clean them. They get moldy. Yeah, that's something to notate. I don't know if anybody has the in here that has the Kangens, but and then of course you can finance them, you know. But it's like, gosh, man, that's like a car. Like you can get it cheaper financing, but it's like 5 G's, you know. How do you find a natural spring near you? Go to findaspring.com. I actually have that down in my bio. So findaspring.com and look at the interactive map, and then you can find a spring on there. Click on that spring. You can read through it all. It talks about the testing they do. It's like a little forum in there. People will talk about how to get to it and what they tested it at what times. It's a cool little thing. It's like a little community on there and stuff. Yeah, you eat healthy sometimes. That's pretty much where I used to be, man. Again, if you're doing this and you got health issues and you know you're sick of them, then you know unfortunately you got to look into changing that. And if not, man, keep rolling with it. But again, it's like doing this. You know, if we're eating this and this and these big old boys all the time, every day, you know, in excess and all this acid, it's just like doing this. It's just like doing this. So it, you know, it's a matter of time kind of vibe. And during that time, so again, when I was smoking cigarettes, like I thought it was just fine, like it wasn't really hurting me. Well, what was it doing to my spirituality? Like what was it doing to my mentality? You know what I mean? What was it doing to my mental? It was screwing it up. Why? Because it was lowering my vibe. I was guilty for it. I felt guilty. That lowers your vibe. Being in a guilty state, it's gonna immediately lower your vibe. So that's the number one contributor to me. Walmart has a new thing in the name. Next, milk contains canola oil and sunflower oil. They're just doing whatever they want. They're just getting away with it. They're just like, how dumb are these people going to let us? We can just do whatever we want. These people just let us do whatever the hell we want, and they don't even pay attention. So we'll just keep doing it. They get away with it. They just approve it real quick. Boom, it's done. No problem. All right, let's roll. Why is it so hard to be healthy? Because it's a world designed to make us not. It's a world designed to make us not healthy. Yep. So well, why is it so hard? Well, because it was elaborately done. It was elaborately done. It was elaborate the way they do this. When I look through these rabbit holes, all these code names they got, you gotta go here to go there. It's not easy to rabbit hole stuff. That's why I got kind of burnt out on creating for a while, and you know, it's exhausting, man. Because and they made it that way. They made it that way on purpose. They hide this stuff. Appreciate you, Omar. You're beautiful yourself, man. Appreciate you. What is your rep ranges? I don't even. I do like I lift until I lift to failure. In other words, I'll lift as heavy as I can to failure, and then I'm out. I don't really do like my workout stuff is so simple. I rabbit hole the workouts and everything, and you can get very precise. You can get muscle groups. You can get all crazy, but I just don't. I'm not into it like that. I just want to get a little burn and dip, and I'm just very lucky on that side. Yeah, it's always cool to hear different opinions on it. I'm not like a fitness guru or nothing. I'm not like a personal trainer, but I'm in pretty good shape for a guy that doesn't really care about working out. Doesn't really work out much at all. You know what I mean? So, rainwater, Carlos, I vibe with it. Just yeah, I vibe with it more going through natural sediment, the earth, and that's the whole vibe of the natural spring water. Like literally, mine's just coming out the side of a mountain. My water. It's not like some beautiful mountains and all this crazy, which that's cool too. But no, my water's coming right out of the side of the dirty hill. That's all it is. And but it's going through the natural sediment of the earth, and it's recharging up with the alkalinity of the earth and the mineral trace minerals. They're matching up, with the water molecule and coming out of that mountain into my stuff. So it's a vibe. It's a high vibe. Yep, we've been programmed since children. Yep, they put us right on the toxins right away, and right from the birth. I mean, we're pretty much on this stuff. Especially with the mothers that can't produce milk anymore, only getting worse and worse. That's like just so crazy. The mothers can't produce milk for the children, and it's normal. Say, oh, that's normal. They all just give them the formula. Well, what's in the formula? Nobody ever even asked, dude. We all just figured, hey, formula's tight, like formula's good. But then you learn that they use whey, and whey is a byproduct of toxic cheese, and that's after it's been toxic milk. And then it's like, so you've got milk, which is already toxic, man. It's not good. Milk is not healthy. Don't care what you say. I don't care if you're drinking it raw. I don't care. It's not healthy. It's another animal, and it's a made animal, and it's acid. And they're putting it through a toxic process, and they're making it. How do they make toxic cheese? How do they make cheese? Right here, cheese. What do you guys know? Cheese takes 10 pounds of milk for 1 pound of cheese, right? 10 pounds of milk equals 1 pound of cheese. So what is that? If milk is nasty processed pus, and you're concentrating that down to 1 pound per 10, so you're going from 10 pounds of toxic milk to 1 pound of cheese. That's a block of mucus that's concentrated, right? Well, when they do that, there's a byproduct left over. What is that? That's whey. That's what whey is. You guys know what that? Did you know that? So any of your whey protein, or the whey that's like the first ingredient in baby formula, it's whey. That's what that is. So imagine being a baby. You know how far away from nature that product is? Even if you're like, dude, shut up, protein, bro, these cows, raw milk, good for you, this, that. Even if you say that, dude, the distance from nature that product is, that baby formula, is terrifying. It's terrifying how far away from anything even close to nature, bro. Plus, there's another 5,500 ingredients on there, and they're all sketchy, carcinogenic, and the vitamin that they add to them are synthetic. Yeah. And the vitamins, you'll see the vitamin 12, the vitamin B12, riboflavin, you'll see citric acid, whatever. These are synthetic, petroleum-based vitamins. So this whole entire structure of this powder that they feed babies, they feed these babies. Baby formula, remember when there was a baby formula shortage? That was a blessing. Not really, because you got to give them something, right? But really, man, the baby formula is one of the worst things that you can put into a human body, let alone a growing child baby. Literally, you can't find really anything that is so much worse. Organic vegan powder. So, I don't have a perfect baby formula recommendation because there's levels to it. Okay, there's goat's milk one that's out there that is 2 ingredients. Is that still gross? In my opinion, yes. But if you still need to give them something, you're like, no, give them. I gotta give them this. You know what? You gotta give a baby milk. But if you're not producing, which eventually, hopefully, we can figure out that the mother will be able to produce milk on a healthy diet, man. That's just the way it is. So that's further down the road, though. A lot of people are not going to be able to agree with that yet. Okay? I know it's crazy, but I'm going to tell you right now the milk that a mother's producing is going to depend on the diet. Call me crazy. Anyways, so once we figure out that the mother should be able to provide that milk, then that takes that stigma out of it a little bit. But until then, you got to look at things. You got to look at what does the child need? Well, they need essential amino acid. Well, let's look into what they're getting from the breast milk. Are they getting protein? Yeah. I mean, they're getting some protein from the mother. Natural protein, natural fats. You know what I mean? So then you would have to supplement that, and you'd have to look deeper, like, does the goat's milk give you everything that this mother's milk should be giving you? Well, it's closer. Well, what do you need to supplement with more? Give them some, a little bit of hemp milk maybe, but then you got to look at how the baby's going to react to that. So they got this really tied up here. Nobody's going that far past it yet to try to find something that's completely away from the products that they've normalized us to consume. Can't even say carcinogenic, yeah. Oh yeah, potatoes are absorbing all kinds of crazy stuff. No, we don't need protein. Nope. Not like we think we do. We can take some in, sure, dude. If you're afraid you're gonna, you're dying, take your protein, man. You know what I mean? But again, it's not like this dire make or break for protein, in my opinion. Why do all these guys look like they're dying? Because we technically are, man. I mean, I was, and a lot of people were. You know, we're all slowly dying, man, and it's affecting us in many ways on a cellular level, genetic level, on a physical level, on a spiritual level, on a mental level. It's all on in the same ways. What would I buy for a protein powder? I would not. I won't buy one. What would I take? Let's say somebody's like, dude, you gotta do a protein powder, bro. Like I don't care. You gotta do one. It would be my hemp milk. All the protein I need and everything is gonna be in the hemp milk, and I'm gonna get everything else I need. So, just drinking some of my hemp milk, just a couple shots of that a day, bro, will give me like a huge boost. And then if I'm really tripping on the protein, you can get it from quinoa. But hemp milk would be my favorite protein powder recommendation, man. Some hemp milk with some, you're going to get with some sea moss. Man, if you lock up some sea moss and some hemp milk, it may not be like high numbers of this protein, but a lot of the protein in these high numbers is synthetic protein. So you're really not even getting real protein anyway, like this real And what is protein, guys? What is protein? What is meat? What is meat protein from these animals? It's just plant protein. It's just plants. These animals are eating plants, turning that into proteins, and we're eating them. Well, if does the plant even have any protein in it? If they're just eating toxic grains, then not really. Not really. Try to catch up with you guys here. What's up, Light Warrior Pacific? How you guys doing? Good to see you guys. Jamon Jamana, I can't pronounce your name, fam. Appreciate you. Um, Fruit services, not yet. I'm still yet to find one, but it's gonna have to be an alkaline, and there's only fruit service. But I would I order? There's a couple people that I'm talking to about working with, where like if you want to like order baby bananas and stuff, like I think that's a cool vibe, and I can vibe with that. Um, so that's a good question. Look into alkaline, but it's gonna be expensive. You know what I mean? Trying to get that alkaline foods as a service. Are you saying like delivery service or plant-based protein? Yeah, that's what I vibe with. That's gonna be exactly. That's what it all is. So what are we looking at then? The cleanest source. What's the cleanest source? Going to the plant. You're skipping the animal that's got all the things going on with them. You know what I mean? You're skipping the toxic animal that they made, and you're getting the cleanest source of protein. And so you think if you're eating an animal that's all depleted, but they got this meat, this muscle meat, but that meat's made of a bunch of protein of fake plants. Well, then your protein's compromised. Your protein's not as great as you think it is. Just because you're eating meat doesn't mean you're getting the highest quality of it. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. I think it's like maybe it's Himana. I can't pronounce everybody's names on here. You don't need protein powder, man. We don't need this powder. We just don't. We don't need it. It was this. I mean, dude, how many things have we been told we need to buy, and learn we don't fucking need them? It's just annoying. Yeah, I would not do anything processed protein. The closest one that I got to one that you could buy was the Sun Warrior. But then I learned about a lot of these plants, and they use good plants and everything, but they be using fake plants in their carrots and all that. I don't vibe with those plants no more. Unfortunately, it sucks. Good to see you, Light Soldier, bro. You got 111, huh? Or 1111. That's right, brother. Human milk and the powder. You never forgot that one, did you? Let's go with that one, Mel. Human milk. See if I can get it to work on this. We got the human milk. Bear with me here. You can't really see it. Oh, yeah, you can. Whole milk, natural artificial flavors, human milk, ostroglyceride, blah blahs. Whatever the hell that is. Human milk. So this protein powder is a really low quality protein powder, right? It's like a cheap, dude, like cheap one where they say the protein is 100,000 times more percent, but it's like cheap and weird looking. It's all neon, the packaging. It's just a sketchy product, bro. And looking at the ingredients, you can see the finger pointing right at human milk. Dude, what the hell are they doing here? Because this is such a low product. There's no dude. Human milk is expensive, and it's not like something that they just have like pumping through a factory. So, how the hell are they getting this human milk? And if you got any question, if maybe this is a high quality product, like maybe these people, man, they're going and they're getting this breast milk, bro, and they're just really wanting this protein for these people, man. They really need this milk because we are not designed to drink milk after 2. Why? We would never. Grown-ass people don't drink breast milk. We don't drink human milk. Grown-ass people do not drink human milk. Just like we don't need any animal milk, unfortunately. Anyway, so you know that this is cheap-ass because what do they have here? Maltodextrin. Maltodextrin is literally one of the worst ingredients on the planet as far as like going after your blood sugar and how they hide it and how they cut it into other things. It's like this crazy, sneaky little bioweapon. Plus, these ingredients are synthetic. All of them are synthetic. Okay? Plus, they already got the whole milk right here. Whole milk. Okay? Natural and artificial flavors, guys. We know what those are now. When we used to see those, are kind of like, fuck it, send it, right? Well, now we know really what that is, like what that really can entail, which is terrifying, right? And then, what the hell is fat globule membrane? Milk fat globule membrane? I don't even want to know. Then, human milk. Auglis something sides, right? What the hell is the source of this? What the hell is the source of it, man? What the hell? How the hell are they getting this human milk? I want to know. Are they making it? Because you can make products with the bioreactor from human cells, right, guys? I've got all my information on the bioreactor. I wonder if human milk's a product they can make with bioreactors. So if they're taking these human cells and they're making this human milk in bioreactors, now they're making human milk that they can add to these protein powders, bro. Now you can get jacked. Now you can finally get jacked. You guys ready? Let's see what these oligoglycosides are. What the hell is that? Human milk oligoglycosides, HMOs, is very important and interesting constituent of human milk. So it's a constituent of human milk. So technically, if they use a bioreactor to make these human milks, that's still a constituent because they use this human cell. I'm just speculating right now. I don't do this a lot. But I'm just speculating because some of the stuff you gotta speculate, you just can't, they don't give you enough proof. So, they're just talking a bunch of mumbo jumbo pretty much about how it's just part of this human milk. But again, I want to find out where it's coming from. Right? That's what I do. What's the bottom of the rabbit hole on this human milk? I know they're not just getting breast milk. Dude, that stuff's so expensive. There's no way. Maybe a little teeny bit of it. But it's like, dude, breast milk is like a hot commodity. If you try buying breast milk for your kid, it's like crazy to even find it. Because these mothers with their milk, they're using it for their kids most of the time. So it's like, of course, there's always going to be a shortage. There's not a bunch of mothers that just pumping out milk for no baby. Yeah, see, this one's really deep rabbit hole kind of thing. It's kind of weird. It's confusing. Yeah, that's all in the baby formula. Are they putting human milk in the baby formula? That's a question. Are they doing that now? Because at this point, I mean, what is HMO? Where does it come from? I haven't rabbit holed it hard enough yet, long enough. I gotta go rabbit hole that one. Crazy. There's no, I can't make this stuff up. People want to say, oh, bro, misinformation. Please, dude, please prove it. You know what I mean? Ren, you got some milk for sale? If you put that on a post on TikTok, you might get a lot of sales. You will sell out quick. There's some people out there that probably go and buy that breast milk. Is it going to the right places? I don't know. But I know donating it, freaking, it's hard, right? They stop the women from donating it. I bet there's probably like a big crazy, uh, stuff behind that, like a little Matrix kind of vibe behind that. Because it's like, what are these chicks trying? They're gonna be trying to make money on it or something. Like donating plasma, are they gonna be like trying to falsely? Because that's what they do with the cows, guys. Is they falsely activate the hormones and make the cows think they're pregnant, so they produce milk. It's a totally a false process. So just how they make milk is actually very gross. Just how they get these cows to start producing it, it's very, very gross. They stimulate this part in the cow. Oh, and they're on these racks. They call them. I can't really use the name on TikTok, I think, but they start with an R A P and then another letter, and they're called racks. And it's disgusting, man. The more details you learn. I used to drink milk every day, all day. What did you find out about this rabbit hole? That's your next rabbit hole. Yeah, rabbit hole it, guys. Rabbit hole the HMO. Take a screenshot of this. You guys want to do, people ask me how I figure stuff out. I just start rabbit holing, start screenshotting, start Googling, whatever you got to do to try to find the bottom of the rabbit hole. It don't matter how you use the tools. If you find the bottom of the rabbit hole, who cares how? I use Google. People hate me for that. What? You just Googling this? Google's so wrong, blah, blah. Well, do you know how to read between the lines? Because if you can read between the lines, you can use any tool you want. Until then, any tool is going to screw you. It don't matter if you use Google, Brave, Dolphin browser. I don't care what browser you're using. If you don't know how to see the tricks and treats that they put out there, you don't stand a chance. It's not so much having tools, right? Like a tradesman, you can buy tools. I can go buy multimeters, and I can know some stuff about being an electrician. But am I going to be able to use the tools as good as an electrician? Hell no. You know what I mean? So it's not as much about the tools. It's about how you use the tools you've got. What you do with what you've got. That's what it's really about. The HMO is a carbohydrate, right? Sure, but that's just, you know, that doesn't mean much to me. And as far as what the hell is it? How are they getting this? I don't think they're getting it from. It's just like the table salt. They can make table salt out of sodium and metal. They make a lot of it out of sodium and metal, and I just can't get the proof on it yet because they won't tell me. I've gone to the manufacturers. I've emailed them. They won't tell me how they're making their food grade sodium chloride, but I know for a fact they're making it out of metal and chlorine. That's how they make sodium chloride. It's made for a reaction. It catches on fire. I got a video of it. I'm going to repost it. But it catches on fire and it turns into your salt. It's sketchy. And I know that they're pumping that stuff out there, but I haven't got them to admit it yet. Yep, they are doing that to the cows. They are giving them the shots in the cows. And they are getting the cows to be able to do transfusions to us. So maybe that's what they can call human milk, is the ones that they put the human cells into. Because they're telling us that they can use these cows to give us blood. Literally. To donate, we can use cows as blood donors now because there's a shortage, blah, blah, blah. They got way more blood. So we can use cows' blood, guys. These animals you can't find even in nature, we can just use their blood now. No big deal. No big deal. Appreciate the likes and the shares and everything, you guys. Appreciate you. Try to catch up with you guys. Oh, I actually caught up with you guys. But yeah, that's just one of the many, guys. I haven't fully rabbit holed this, but this is one that I got to look into. There's so many directions I can go, and that's where I get lost, man. I really do get lost. There's a lot of stuff I want to cover, a lot of stuff, and it's hard to, not a lot of people. That's why a lot of people they'll get a niche where they're like, I'm just the vegetable guy, or I'm the insulin resistance guy. Well, I dabble in too much, too many things, and it's like, I'll never be able to master one of them when I'm trying to learn, but it's like we've got to learn all of these weapons around us, unfortunately. If you can only see one, like you've got the anti shot people, which is great, guys. You know what I mean? I'm right there with you. But if you are just focused on that one thing and you're just a master of this shot, right? Like you just know it all, right? That's great. But if you're messing around and with all this other stuff, you're taking in the fluoride, you're doing all this, but you're this expert at the jab. Guess what? It's in this world, unfortunately, that's not enough. That's not enough. You got to know more. You know what I mean? That's why I can't just be like the jab guy, or you know what I mean? Because I gotta be like, nah, dude. Like, we got every single angle here, and this world makes you want to be just a professional at one thing. You know what I mean? And it's like I've never vibed with that, and it's come to pay off that I haven't just stayed focused on one thing. For me, it's luck. I agree with that in some sense, aura, or however you say the name. I apologize, but I agree with that 100%. At least in this world. But if you need to master something, if you need to be a professional at something, you can't be a jack of all trades, right? So if you get to choose that, you're blessed in this world to be a jack of all trades, and that's pretty much what I've been, man. I mean, all my life I've pretty much tried to pretty much been a jack of all trades, and I've been more of a jack of all trades in a bunch of other stuff other before all of this food and all these things that I expose now. It was, mechanics, and just I dabbled with everything in the physical world pretty much in one way or another, from sports to everything, software, hardware, electronics, all that stuff. So that's kind of where it comes together for me. I've got the way I explain it is different worlds, right? We experience different worlds. Like if you know the health world or the fitness world, that's a world, man. Like the fitness is a whole world. You know what I mean? Like just working out and stuff, that's just a whole entire separate world. Or the food world. You know what I mean? Or the, EMF. Knowing about all the EMF, that's a whole world, man, of stuff to learn. They're all worlds. So if you can be able to jump from these worlds, then, it can pay off. Bovine disease, yeah, that goes on and on and on. And then a lot of people don't know that. Did you know that cows actually cause more emissions than vehicles do? A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that. That the cows, the freaking the gases they put off, they they put off more gases than the vehicles. It's actually affecting the gases from the cows are affecting the earth more than the cars. A lot of people don't know that, and that is a fact. You can check it. Check out What the Health if you haven't watched What the Health on Netflix. That one will put you back a little bit. Actually, the one where they talk about the meat is it's I don't think it's What the Health. It's another documentary I watched on there where they're talking about the cows. It's the I can't remember. Um, it's the documentary Cowspiracy. Yeah, watch the Cowspiracy one actually. Watch Cowspiracy on Netflix, and that one will blow your mind. That one will blow your mind. If you're awake and you watch that documentary, like being awake, where you're like, all right, like I know what's going on here, motherfuckers. Like I know you guys what you're doing when you're watching that and you're conscious. It'll blow your mind, dude. You just be like, no way, like no way. Be the jab guy. I wish I could, bro, but unfortunately, enough people got this already. And it's like it's kind of a little late, little too late, almost. But hey, if you've got it, I tell you, it's not the end of the world. I mean, we've all had one at one point, right? I mean, really, it's not really that much. I mean, it's worse for sure, but it was still bad back then. It still had mercury and stuff in it when we took them at school or whatever. You know what I mean? Or to go to school, we had to get them. You know, so trying, man. I'm trying, you guys. Still learning a lot of the chemical names. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. If you don't want to get into it, then again, it's all about just focusing more on just the good stuff. You know what I mean? Like the plants and stuff that you can, like mushrooms, stuff like that. If you're overwhelmed by trying to learn because if you're trying to go through, if you got a manufactured package and you're in the middle of Walmart and you're looking at the graham crackers and you're like, does these graham crackers got citric acid? If they do, I'm not gonna do them. But you know what I mean? They've got so much other stuff in there. It's like, unfortunately, you know what I mean? The graham crackers those were my favorite, dude. Dunkin' graham crackers and milk was like my favorite vibe, dude. Like, oh my god, that was the best. Truth, you said, yo, brother, they're watching me. What you mean, man? I'm sure they are. What you mean? I'm sure they're watching me. I got my face all over the place. Got my videos all over the place. I'm exposing everything all over the place. Multi-million-dollar companies. I've got companies that have commented on my videos. So, who's watching me? If I'm on a cell phone, it don't matter what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. It don't matter if I'm showing my face or not. They'll know who I am. Just like anyone. It don't matter what you do. Don't matter what you got on your shit. They can hack into your phone. They don't matter what permissions you got up. They can get into your stuff. They can control it all. So, they're watching all this they want, but I've always felt like they didn't care to watch me, but maybe nowadays they do. Maybe I got more of a target. The name of the documentary is called Cowspiracy, bro, on Netflix. Cowspiracy. Watch that. Watch that. Do it. Do it. They got some pretty damn good documentaries on Netflix. Watch What the Health. Watch The Cowspiracy. Watch Fantastic Fungi. Fantastic Fungi on the mushrooms. So dope. That is the best documentary, hands down, in my opinion, because of the lack of us knowing about mushrooms and practicing using mushrooms and the benefits of them, what we can supplement them with. That's a huge part. Supplement mushrooms with meat. You know what I mean? If you can. If you're trying to kick meat, you want to eat less meat, chop up mushrooms and use that instead of chicken in your food. You know what I mean? And you tripping on vitamin D. Mushrooms get the best forms of vitamin D. It gets the UV rays from the little bit of light that's out there. And they're literally like amazing, man. I can just go on and on about the mushrooms. Yep, I'm gonna tell you. I haven't rabbit holed that one, Aura, but I believe that. I'm sure, man. Which is, the horrors of this world. There's no end to what they do, fam. There's no filter. There's no, there's no end to the horrors of this world, man. With the kids, it's the worst. The missing children, fam. The, you know what I mean? It's too bad. It's too bad, and it's just like, somebody who's empathetic, like, you can't just sit there and just be like, all these kids suffering. It's just like, it sucks. you're a nerd. You'll get into all of it. There you go, Dragon Lady. That's what's up. That's how I am. You know what I mean? So hey, you know, again, it just depends on the vibe, what you can handle. Yeah, I think I'm sure Get Good pinned that comment. So the Portobello, just be careful, Tammy, because they're GMOing the hell out of those now, and I haven't rabbit holed them completely, but beware of the Portobello mushrooms, you guys. I hate to be that guy. Most of them are fine. Shiitake, I don't vibe with the white caps, the Portobellos, and the shiitake at all. The white caps and the portobellos, they're just messing with them, and I'm pretty sure they're making those portobellos big old giant freaking giants, man. Maybe not. And then you got to watch it because they grow a lot of them on rice, and I don't vibe with that. So you want to try to get them, if you can, wild, but organic wild if you can. It's crazy, man. Even the mushrooms are messing with them. They're And somebody, like earlier, mentioned the microgreens. You guys, I gotta do a video about that. I have to try to put that to a stop. Those microgreens things, those are whack. Don't eat the microgreens. You don't do any of that stuff, in my opinion. And I'll explain it thoroughly. It's very not good. It's really not good. It's really, really fake. Am I worried about the poor ranchers? I try to worry about everybody, man, but I can't. You know what I mean? I can't worry about these ranchers and all this, man. It just goes and goes. I expose the lab meat, though, and that affects the ranchers, right? Because if they're making lab meat, the ranchers aren't getting their ranch money. But unfortunately, what this is founded on, it is unfortunate things, man. The whole thing, the whole farm thing. You say, but they're so good. Yep, a lot of this stuff that's super bad for us is super good. Just like smoking cigarettes makes you feel good temporarily, but it's really super bad for us. TikTok Tom, how you doing, man? Where can you get real garlic? I don't even recommend trying, but you can try to get that black garlic they got. That's supposed to be the only real garlic, man. And then it's hard to find out really how real it is because they mess with it all. And garlic is acidic, man, and it's just a dirty plant, in my opinion. It makes you smell like crap, and you don't really need garlic. I'll promise you that. You know how they make us like kind of think we need this shit? No, you do not need garlic. Nope, nope, never. And garlic is actually very acidic, and the regular garlic that we eat, it's way different than it used to be. Do ginger root. Perfect timing. Do ginger root. Exactly. If you need the garlic thing, do ginger. Get the smaller the better. But you don't need the garlic. It's just gonna make you smell like crap, and it's not gonna help heal you at all. It's acid. It's plus Sebi goes way in depth. I got more information on the garlic, but to be brief, it's a dirty vibe. So here's another example, and this doesn't really prove anything, okay? But garlic is fake and man-made, causes all this acid. It's like caustic to the body, right? And ginger's the opposite, right? Ginger's alkaline. It's made by the earth. Man didn't make ginger. Well, ginger's kind of a strong plant. Like when you eat it, it's kind of, spicy and it's kind of, tastes strong, right? Same with garlic. If you eat raw garlic, it's really kind of strong and spicy. Well, the ginger doesn't make you smell bad. I eat tons of ginger, dude. I've never smelled anything from ginger. But the garlic, you smell just like you're disgusting. Honestly, it just really smells disgusting. That's right. If you get garlic, the juice of it, and it touches your cut, you won't heal. And it's something that goes inside your body that won't let you heal on the outside is scary to me. It's scary to me. This one, yep, people always get triggered by the garlic. Yep, we got people always get triggered by the garlic. They say it's healthy, even though that doesn't mean anything because we can do stuff and still heal while we're doing bad things. It makes you happy. So many smart woke up people. Me too. It's literally what gets me through the day. You know, anybody else in my position right now would probably be curled up in a ball right now. And as far as my Matrix world, but doing this keeps me going, man. You know what I mean? You guys really pump me up, and that's why I can't sleep at night. You know, I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I'm up late doing my content and everything. Yeah, 2030. I'm talking RJ. I don't got time for 2030. I'm not gonna wait till that long. I'm talking 2023, bro. I'm talking. I want everyone to start elevating this year because I'm out of a lot of the Matrix. I mean, I'm still part of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm still here, but am I this victim like I was? No way. No, not even close. Not even close. Yep, what can you use instead of garlic? Very simple. Just use ginger. Such a great. Again, it's like switching out your coffee for tea. It's totally better in every way. It's literally going from the worst thing you can put in to the best thing you put in. What's there more to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, is there okay, the whole idea about garlic, is there still some good things in garlic? Yes, they can find these good compounds, right? That whatever the hell is in garlic that's supposed to be so great, right? I don't know exactly. Can they find this in there? Yes. But does that make the plant good? No. Just like you can find 1 gram of fiber in a Honey Crisp apple, but the rest is 35% sugar. So, you know, there. Let's talk about the details of it. You know, so it's like, well, what's the end result from putting this in your body? Inflammation. Inflammation. This apple is pure sugar, causes inflammation, feeds cancer, feeds parasites, and then it's got the. You don't just get that. You get the wax with it. You get the pesticides. Come on, man. If we're still eating number 4 produce, you're just at this point full sending it. Like it, you know what I mean? It's unfortunate. It sucks. You're vibing with rosemary. Rosemary is a real plant. That's a good one. Rosemary is a good one. Thank God we have that one. Because a lot of these other types of plants like this are man-made, like echinacea, rose hips. What's your thoughts on the onion? The onion's great, man. The onion's great. I eat onions almost every day. I eat onions in like stir fry, and the red onions are the best. Get you organic red onions, man, and eat them up. Make stir fries with them if you can. I can't stand onions raw, so that's how I have to cook them up a little bit. I don't even like to cook my stuff. I don't have to because it kills the enzymes, but it's still better than a lot of stuff. What water should you get instead of plastic bottled water? That's such a hard question, Cammy. It's such a difficult question to answer because I'm gonna recommend spring water always, no matter what. Before over anything, spring water if you can get it from a natural spring, but that's hard for people to do. So what's the next thing I can recommend? Getting it in glass. Well, you can't do that. Well, damn. You know what I mean? Here we are. So you pick your poisons. That's what I had to do. So I got spring in plastic for when I had to. I wouldn't consume the tap. It's too hard to get. In other words, unless you want to get the Kangen, I wouldn't touch the tap. And even out of the Kangen, I wouldn't love it. But picking poisons, I would pick the Kangen over any other filter system. You know what I mean? It's just tricky. It's the water thing is like the hardest. So we don't have a perfect answer for the water thing yet. Tofu is garbage. It does rob you of minerals. It's pure soy, man. It's like concentrated. It's like whey. It's like whey, or it's like HMOs. Like it's just a plant version of toxic. It's a plant version of cheese, pretty much, and just concentrated toxic. It's unfortunate, but hey, man, I never vibed with the tofu. Does it taste good? Man, they make soy taste good. Like soy milk and all that. It tastes really good. Like it really does. Key lime and pink salt will alkalize the water. Don't use pink salt. Key lime will. And try to use sea salt, fam. The pink salt, you gotta watch my videos on the pink salt. People still don't know. I wish I could spread it across the world and everyone learn it, learn the facts, and then do whatever you want with it. Like if you don't vibe, if you still vibe with it, I'm gonna tell you right now. From what I've seen, most people do not vibe with the pink salt. Most people that have seen that video won't touch the pink salt after that. Some people still vibe it. If you vibe with it, you vibe with it. I highly don't. I highly dislike the pink salt. It was a scam. It was a lie. And a lot of people now know that, which I'm happy about. Pink salt's garbage. Yep, the soy is going to do the estrogen. That's one of the highest effects, right? Is bringing up your estrogen levels. Look out for the pre-cut onions. I can imagine that. Yep, that's true. And if they're not, that's true, without a doubt. Yep, I would not leave a cut open onion and then just straight up eat it. You know what I mean? Like after it's been sitting out in a negative room or something. You know. So. Yep. The Kangen machine. What? I don't know what she meant by that one. By the Kangen machine. So yeah, the filters, like the small white ones, man, those things really aren't doing much. They're not getting rid of any of your fluoride. They're not getting rid of your chlorine, really. They're not changing the molecular structure of the water. They're really not doing anything. They're really not. They're really not doing much. Is it better than straight tap? Yeah, but it's like here's tap and then here's those. Just not near enough, unfortunately. Just really not doing much. And there's a reason for it. It's very difficult to get the fluoride out of the water. It's very difficult to get the bad toxic chemicals out of the water, and it's because they're so small. They're like matching the molecular structure of the water itself, pretty much. So it's like so hard to get it out. Yeah, I don't believe juicing's good in general. I talked about that last night on my other live. The juicing, man, unfortunately. So the idea is with the juicing, is it worse? Is it worse than soda? No. You know what I mean? Like, are you trying to juice instead of drink soda? Okay, then juice. But essentially, juicing in itself, if you're trying to be healthy and you're trying to look at your blood sugar or anything like that, when you're juicing something, you're first of all, it's not natural. We never were. I mean, maybe we crush an apple in the wild and drink the juice, but otherwise, we weren't doing this juicing with juicers and removing all this fiber from all these sugary plants. First of all, this sugar really wasn't in there. This sugar is created, man, out of overbreeding these plants. They breed them for sugar. A lot of these plants did not really have much sugar at them at all. So we're squeezing out this, or the greens, you're squeezing out chlorophyll. Yeah, that's good, But these plants are designed to eat as the plant. And if you're juicing a bunch of Honeycrisp apples, well, go look at the back of a Honeycrisp apple juice. It's freaking 36 grams of sugar per serving, and that sugar is the same in your body as table sugar. I don't care. It turns into sugar. Glycemic index is the same. It's actually higher in a lot of ways. So juicing, you're removing the little fiber that you had, and now you're just consuming just the remnants of these plants that you're smashed. And in my opinion, juicing in all the way around is not needed. Do you need to juice stuff? Do you want it? Yeah, do it if you got to. I say smoothies are a lot better. Smoothies are a lot better. I've never really juiced anything. I've never vibed with juicing. That's one thing I've always done is I look way more at doing a smoothie than juicing. How much sea salt? Just do you just want to look at maybe like half a teaspoon. It depends on, you know, the sea salt. Like my sea salt, I do about half a teaspoon a day of my Jacobson salt, but it's strong salt. It's really strong. So, you know, just keep in mind you don't need a whole lot of it. You really don't. Your body would suck up all the salt you need as needed. The zeolite, I don't vibe with the zeolite, man. Really, I kind of rabbit holed it, but I didn't have enough time to fully do it. But I don't really like the zeolite because essentially, I mean, it's mineral, but it's rock. It's not trace mineral. Like you're getting it from like volcanic rocks, and there's a lot of radioactive things and crazy things going on at these volcanoes, man. I don't really vibe with using these things. I think we can get real trace minerals and stick with that from nature. You know, the way nature intended us to get them. The minute we do any processing, we're making any clays, we're making shilajits, we're doing all this processing, we're taking all this dead plant matter, we're taking these rocks, we're crushing them up, we're eating them. It's just an unnatural vibe. The stuff's dead. You know what I mean? And it's like I said, you get trace minerals from your water, yes. But let's get it that way if we can. I mean, let's get real natural trace minerals the way that they are supposed to assimilate in the body. You know what I mean? Are we making, back in the day, are we just making clay to eat all the time? I wouldn't. Maybe some weirdos probably did. But I'm not making clay to eat. Is there anywhere where they don't poison us? Yeah, there's places where they do it less. Like a while back, I posted that video of the island that was out of Greece, and that island, they live like literally like so much different than us. It's a joke. They laugh at us. They grow their own plants. They don't have any doctors. They don't take any Western medicine. They don't even get anything shipped in there. And they're pretty much self-sufficient. They barely work. They work when they want to. They sleep when they want to. They live like they want to. They're close to their family. They're like in these village, like it's just a big village. And they still live, you know, they still got phones, and they still got, you know, some of the amenities that we have, but they're not like these consumers that are just subjected to slaving for this stuff that they're just consuming that just goes right through the garbage can. You know what I mean? Now that I'm like, I live alone pretty much completely. And so now that I am not around consuming things, people consuming, and now that I'm not consuming, like, I haven't even taken my garbage out. Like, I haven't even had to take my garbage out in a couple weeks. Like, even having had to take it to the curb because I'm just not consuming so much and getting all these products and filling my garbage can up, and just for what? Just to run around chasing money to throw a bunch of shit away? Like, constantly taking stuff to Goodwill every day and just like, you know what I mean? It's just like, gosh, man, I just don't need all this stuff. And that's how I vibe with the way they live and how we should live. Manuka honey doesn't impress me at all. Manuka honey is acidic. It's still made by hybrid animals, and it's just not a product that I feel we need or want in our bodies, or of any way or shape or form. And it's just still sugar. You eat it, it's sugar, man. It's just sugar in your body. That's all it becomes. It's all about, what does this become in the body? All this stuff becomes sugar. When I was talking earlier about the number one bioweapon and being the insulin, why? Because all this shit turns to sugar. It don't matter if it's bread, corn, wheat, freaking milk. Pretty much everything turns to pure sugar. Meat, even processed meat, turns to pure sugar in the body. So it always goes back to that. You know what I mean? What is it doing to our bodies? What is it causing to our body? You know, what is the smoke and the cigarettes doing to the body? The cigarettes are killing the lungs. You know what I mean? The cigarettes are killing the lungs. So, what's the end product? What's the end result from the smokes? We know that it's the C word. We know that it's killing our lungs. We're talking about the human milk. The oligosaccharides. Oligosaccharides. And this was in an ingredient in a product. This HMO milk. This was an ingredient in a sketchy product. And we're wanting to rabbit hole this one. I want a rabbit hole. I want to get to the bottom of where they're finding this human milk, where they're getting it. I don't think they're getting it from these mothers. I don't think they're getting it from natural sources. I think that they're harvesting or they're making it from something, from cells or something. That's what I truly believe, and I've seen them do this so much it wouldn't surprise me. Teeth are rotten because of the sugar and the things that turn to sugar. So I'm going to get to the Redmond salt. Hang with me 1 second. I want to go over this real quick. This is without a doubt something that's not being discussed nor talked about. This is my 6th tooth right here. I kept it so I could show you guys my 6th tooth. And there's mercury floating around in there that was filled in that tooth, right? Number 6, and I have 4 gone here. I can't chew with this right side of my mouth really anymore because of, not just because of sugar, but everything that assimilates to sugar inside the body, and that starts right here. So if you eat bread, we know now that bread is almost double the sugar effect as sugar, right? You guys know that, right? Because that's what it is. Like the glycemic index, bread turns into almost double the sugar, right? So what does the bread do the minute it goes in your mouth? It starts that process. It creates the bacteria that destroys our dental health. And the minute you put anything in your mouth that is made of a refined carbohydrate or sugar, immediately starts attacking your mouth. And that's starch, right? You get that film on your teeth, and you start getting the buildup, the plaque. I had that all. I had all that. I had to go get the deep cleanings. They tell you it's normal to get your deep cleaning every year. No, because why? After 6 teeth later, I have 0 dental problems. I have 0 dental problems, dude. I have no film on my teeth ever. I never need to really even brush them. They're always smooth. They're always clean. And it's because of what I put in my mouth. I will not put that stuff in my mouth anymore that caused me to do all this stuff. You know, it caused me to deal with all this shit, all these diseases. Redmond salt, guys, real quick. Redmond salt is a lot like pink Himalayan. They got caught lying about their lead. They got dangerously high amounts of lead, and they put it on their website that they had no lead in their salt. And Lead Safe Mama exposed them, and they contacted her tripping because they were like, "How'd you find out we had lead in our salt?" And she's like, "I tested it," and they tripped out, and I don't know if they silenced her or what happened, but she exposed their asses. I know that, and I read all about it. And so they have lead in their salt, man. I ate Redmond salt too, but it is an ancient dead seabed, and it's underground. So yeah, it doesn't have the microplastics, yada yada. Don't matter. Don't matter. Yeah, that's true, Dragon Lady. Have I heard of the Liver King? Yeah, I have, man. That dude's a freak. So, um, yeah, animals are hybrids, man. These farm animals, they're pink pig, your black and white cows. We're talking the milks. We're talking the black and white cows, right? We're talking GMO animals. They are all, without a doubt, completely made, right? You can't find the cow in nature. You can't find pink pigs in nature. Just like you can't find Doberman pinchers in nature. You can't find Chihuahuas in nature, really. I mean, maybe they started off as some weird little animal. Do I care about the Chihuahuas? No, because I'm not eating them. But do I care about the animals being made that I'm eating? Yeah, I do. I do not want to eat animals that were made. You know? So, unfortunately, guys, if you're just learning about the wheat game, look up the Wheat Belly book, right? Isn't it? There's a book that people say they read the Wheat Belly or the Wheat Brain or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it, but research the wheat on your own, man. You guys, unfortunately, I know that one's tough. Like I've been waiting a long time to try to drop Mel, you want the human milk video? I know. I've been trying to ease this in, you guys. I don't know a good way to put it. I mean, like I was on my deathbed. The way I looked at it, I was on my deathbed. Okay, I had 6 diseases, man. I'm looking at big pharma is my only option. I've got all these problems. My nervous system's shutting down. I can barely move almost. Right? I'm trying to research. Grain brain, thank you. I'm trying to research. I'm trying to figure out why am I dying? Why am I dying? I'm only 30 years old. Why do I have diabetes? Why am I dying? My nervous system's shutting down. Oh, maybe it's just my genes. Maybe I'll just go to the doctor. And I said no. I said I'm not gonna go to him, dude. I made a decision. I was like, I'm not gonna go let that MF diagnose me and then make me thinking that I got a problem for the rest of my life. Okay? So I said, you know what, I'm figuring this out, man. And then I started researching the symptoms. I started researching and figuring out what leads to my symptoms, and it's blood sugar attacks. Well, why am I getting blood sugar attacks? Because everything I eat is some kind of wheat product, bread product. Bread is wrapped around everything. You know what I mean? Bread is made of everything. Even, your Wheaties. It's just bread. And bread is twice as bad as sugar. So here I am, where I cut out the bread. My body flipped. You know what I mean, you guys? I totally changed my entire body by cutting out bread. It wasn't really anything else. Sugar and bread, honestly. So I don't work out. I don't do anything special. This is me eating bread. This is me not eating bread. I didn't do anything differently. I didn't. I did a few body workouts here and there. I've never been to a gym. So this is not just about physical. Okay? I'm not trying to show off. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I'm trying to explain that this happened in more ways than just the physical. This happened in my brain. This happened in my spirituality. This happened in my conscious. Just everything changed when I cut these things out that were attacking me. And again, it goes to this direction. It's like smoking. If you're smoking cigarettes and you don't notice the lung cancer you're getting yet, because you haven't smoked enough of them yet. Wait till you smoke enough. Then guess what? What happens, guys? We know what happens. I used to smoke, not hating, none of that. I just want to explain. This is how I look at it and I know I can look at it this way because I went through it. And so it's like, when is a matter of it's just shit catching up? It's not if, it's when. Right? So if we're eating a bunch of these breads, unfortunately, guys, I hate to tell you, anything wheat, then it's gonna catch up eventually. And if you're already having the symptoms, you know that. And if you've cut this stuff out, you know the difference. It's not a matter of anything else. You gotta eliminate the dagger. And the main dagger is, unfortunately, those refined carbs and sugars. Can you do alternatives to breads? Yes, guys. Like, I know, I need to do a video about bread. It's the number one weapon. It's just the number one accepted thing, and it's really hard to get people to really vibe. I made my video on wheat, the fake wheat. Watch my video on wheat. It's not the best, digitally mastered video. I just kind of threw it together, and I need to redo one. But the points are there. That this stuff is created. This plant was made. Okay, it's not a real natural plant. So as far as how it assimilates in the body, it's essentially sawdust that's glued together with a chemical gluten. See, so it causes problems in the body. It causes us to get fat. Causes all this crazy inflammation. So again, it's like, do you have any issues, Cammy? I know I love bread too, Cammy. Trust me. This guy loved his bread. You see what I'm saying? He loved his bread. And if I could still keep eating it and not die, and not have a nervous system disorder, I reversed all these things, okay? I had glasses, all right? I had all these problems, and I didn't just have some weight. If I just had some weight, yes, that would have been amazing. No, this is just a small symptom on top of my other 6 diseases that I had. My eyes were gone, my teeth are gone. You understand? My skin was gone, my gut was gone. My gut is still screwed up. That stuff destroys your gut. Gluten, wheat, it's sawdust. Try eating sawdust that's glued together with a bunch of salt put in it. And eat that every day and tell me how your stomach is going to come out of that. That's what it is. That's what it is to the body. The body does not recognize this fake ass wheat. Are there wheat alternatives? Yes. You can even make garbanzo bread. There's ways to get out of the bread. But when you get out of the bread matrix and you don't eat the bread anymore, it's just like cigarettes. You won't need it. You won't crave it no more. It'll be like, dude, that's like a thing of the past. You know what I mean? Intermittent fasting is the best way to fast. What's up, Element? Yeah, it's the best way to fast, to learn to fast. But the best is extensive fasting, if you can. Intermittent's great, gets you to where you need to go, but the extended fasting is what's going to really help you start tapping into your fat reserves and start cleansing the body, and really all the benefits kick in right after about a day of not eating. You're going to really start overcharging into super cleansing your body. If I had any ailments like the C word or anything like that going on, without a doubt, I would just go on a 40-day fast. I would just as well as I could. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I mean, I feed in the middle of, but I'm mainly fasting, man. I mean, I'm eating a small, like I don't eat a whole lot of stuff, man. Like as far as like a big variety. I mean, I eat a lot of what I eat, but yeah. Thank you, Punish, for telling her about my food list. I do want to do something more involved in right now. It's just too much to try to do everything, and I just got a lot of stuff set up on my link tree, and I'm offering consultation actually now. If people really want to get, they really want my attention on something, as opposed to shooting me a random message after a video. Guys, I love you, but I can't get back to everybody's messages, the comments all day. It's just floods, and I want to talk to everybody like I do. Like I want to message everybody, but it's just impossible. It's absolutely impossible. I get flooded all day with, what do I do? This, that. And it's like, that's why I come on here and try, and I do my best. The bread doesn't mold. Yeah, the bread is so far away from nature. If you, put it this way, man, if you had some bread that was made from a real grain and you had it sometimes, like you had it in season, like where you guys harvested some grains and made some bread out of dough like they did back in the day, like, is it still good for you? Not in my opinion. But like if you use a real plant to make that bread and stuff, enjoy the, you know what I mean? But it's like all day long eating the fake wheat, just everything is in it. And then we make food with bread, and then we make sandwiches and all that, and it's all, Subway, eat fresh sandwiches. That bread is the worst part, unfortunately. So, there's levels to it, but it's just how it comes down to. That's right. Yep. I would hope TikTok Tom, you know better about the turmeric, bro. I hope you know better about the turmeric by now. Get the 3D printed meat, yeah. I mean, at this point, they're using the bioreactors and everything, I know you're fighting to see, Tom. I know that, buddy. I would be fasting more if it was. I'm just saying, if it was me, man. Go look up testimonies on people that fasted through healing from that. Why, buddy? Think of it like smoking. I'm not trying to tell you stop eating. Don't think that. You got to figure out your own way to get. You know what I mean? To get where you need to be. But I'm just telling you, what do you do to quit getting the C word from the lung cancer? What do you quit? If you're smoking cigarettes and you're getting the C word in your lungs, what do you gotta quit? quit smoking the cigarettes. If not, you're gonna just keep getting. You know what I mean? I don't know what you're doing, bro. Like honestly, but all I'm saying is, you pull that dagger out. You're gonna be helping it. You're gonna be helping it because you most likely that's your body's response to whatever inflammation that's going through it. Your body is responding with making those cells, right? And then those cells are fed what? By sugar. They're those C cells. They're fed by parasites, whatever, right? Well, are you taking that dagger out yet? Because if you haven't yet, then it's like smoking cigs and trying to cure lung cancer. Unfortunately, man, that's just the way it is. Alternative day fasting is great. That's pretty much what I do. I wish I could do deeper, longer, extended. I'm trying my hardest. But right now, I do alternative day OMAD. And that's one meal a day. And then I'll skip a day and a half, or I'll skip 2 days. And then I'll have one meal. And, we just don't need to be eating the fraction of what we need that we think. I'm just not putting that stuff down like crazy anymore. Punished? Exactly. That's why I make these videos. I'm gonna repost my video about where I show the dog food and stuff. It's just a big fucking. It just sucks, man. They're getting the animals just like us. They're tricking us with the wheat and the food, and they're tricking the animals. Well, what happens to your animals? I can tell you what happens. I can tell everybody what happens with their animals. Why does my dog drink water so much? Why does my dog poop 15 times a day? Why is my animal so hyperactive? Why is my animal this? Why is my animal that? Why does the dog have allergies? My dog, he got horrible allergies. He was chewing at himself. Wheat. Look at your dog food. Is there wheat in it? 97% of animal food is going to have some kind of grain, and is always going to have some kind of fake plants in it, and it's always going to have synthetic vitamins. The vitamins they put in the animal foods, just like a lot of ours, are in fact synthetic. So just be mindful about your animals. You got a hyperactive animal, anything you got going on with your animals. Look at the diet, man. That's what's wrong with your animal. There's no question. It's designed that way. Why? So you take them into the vet. They got a whole matrix right there for you to pay into. You know what I mean? Good job. You got the dogs, the wheat and grain free. So as long as you can do that, it's better. They sell one at Costco. It's not the best. It's not organic. But we're picking the poisons for the animals. It came down to a vet bill. Like, it was, I don't want to give my dog food that's just making him miserable. He was chewing himself all day. He had allergies all day long. All he was doing is chewing holes in him. And he was bleeding, and it was gross. Scabs, I'll never forget it. And then my childhood dog was even worse. Like he couldn't even keep hair on his body. He was nasty and mangy his whole life. And it was because they're eating this toxic wheat. Yeah, when you research the animal foods, you'll cry for the animals, because, like I said, they're getting you just like they're getting everyone else. Or they're getting them just like they're getting us. They're tricking us into eating this food, and they're getting them with it. Somebody said have a colonoscopy before going 7 days, because the stomach, food in the stomach will turn toxic. Well, if you got toxic food in your stomach, Tom, then it's already toxic. And by fasting, it's not going to make anything worse, bro. It's just going to help you. It's just going to help you push the toxic food out, and then you're not putting toxic food behind it yet. So you're giving that all a break, man. The digestive system, you're giving everything a break. Your energy is going to go up. Your cognitivity is going to go up. But do I say just go 7 day fast it up and don't research anything? Nope, unfortunately you can't. You got to make sure you're on your minerals. You know what I mean? And if you've got something health going on, you've got to be mindful of that. There's no one trick, pony for for fasting. Unfortunately, it's everybody's at different levels. You know, how addicted are you to carbs and sugars? Because when you start fasting, you'll just start eating again because you'll get hungry, and you know you're satisfying that craving, and it's like wanting a cigarette. You know, you want a cigarette after a day or two of not smoking. You want it a little bit more. So, you know, you got to push past that and then be able to physically, and it's a mental game too. Like it tries to mess with you, especially if a doctor just told you like I just did all your vitals, I checked you out. You can do like a 6-day fast, no problem. Like absolutely nothing stopping you as long as you supplement your mineral. There's nothing stopping you from doing a 5-day fast. Well, then that person's gonna do a 5-day fast. They're not gonna question anything. You know what I mean? It's just so it's like you gotta take your shit into your own hands. That's what I had to do. I had to figure it all out my own, and I had to take my health into my own hands. You know, and I had to figure out my way to health. I had to figure out what's the facts. Well, the bread's getting you. Okay, how do I get away from the bread? Well, I found keto. Okay, when I went on keto and then I looked around, I'm like, oh my god, this is the food matrix. Right when I got on keto, this is the food matrix because it cuts out all the bread and refined sugars and the foods that turn to sugar. So you can get into ketosis. That is a valid thing to do. I don't care what people says about the keto diet. That is a valid thing. If it's helping you get off toxic foods and it's helping you fast a little more, that's a positive thing. If you're eating a bunch of fake food, yeah, it doesn't matter. You're eating fake food anyway. And do you eat a bunch of lard and then just fast all day on lard? I mean, that's not how I recommend it. Fasting boosts the spirituality beyond. I mean, that's the number one way to get to your spirituality. Right, like soldier. I mean, honestly, if you're fasting from stuff, your spirit goes way up. You're not taking in a bunch of stuff that kills your spirit. That's what this stuff does. 99% of the stuff on the Sebi's list. That's another good thing to point out. You know what I mean? I know that there's like, I know that the dogs can't have like grapes very much, but yeah, most of that stuff, I feed some of my dogs some of the stuff that I eat all the time, especially like the scraps off of like the pears and stuff. Tom, I appreciate you that you could see it, bro. Fasting is mental as much as physical, without a doubt. It's more mental. It's more mental. Just being able to do it, everything. It's way more on the mental side for me. You go through a massive withdrawal. The food's got pesticides. 3-day fast had you detoxing hard. You had to quit at 72 hours, almost exactly. Good job, dude. That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. And unfortunately, right then, you were probably tapping into some real good benefits, and I do the same thing. I'll get to where I'm just starting to tap in, and I'm like, tap out. You know, it just sucks. It's tough. It's very much a discipline thing. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I need somebody like at my throat right now. Like, no, you're gonna like give me some inspiration somehow. You know what I mean? Because it's just like I've given up everything else, man. Like really, I really only got. I really only just eat like certain foods, and I don't partake in drama or people like honestly or like just really much of anything anymore. I kind of just stick out of all of it, protect my energy as much as I can now. It's just very lucky to do. See, yeah, they're telling you that your stomach pain is fasting. I'm just opposite. If I eat too much of something, appreciate you. If I eat too much of something, you know, even if it's good alkaline food, it hurts my stomach. You know what I mean? And I don't feel any better unless I'm fasting. Then like all that pain goes away, all that inflammation is like subsiding. So it's like the opposite for me. But some people, yeah, their stomachs hurt on the fast. I always consume sea moss and get my minerals too, and then I always have some kind of a nice drink. So it's not like I feel like I'm deprived when I'm fasting much anyway. Gonna do three. There you go. Do 3 days. Just take your time with it, man. And again, you know, you got to use your. I can't give somebody like a perfect regimen for it. You got to figure out what works for you on it, and what's important, and X Y Z. Pro and prebiotics. I don't get into that stuff a whole lot, man. Most of I've rabbit holed the hell out of them, and there's a lot of nuance wrapped up in the prebiotics and the probiotics. There's some influencer guys that they promote this one probiotic that you eat, and it's capsule inside a capsule, and then right when it hits your colon, this other capsule opens up. I don't vibe with that at all. Because they use weird stuff in these, man. I'm telling you guys, I've rabbit holed the hell out of these vitamins, and they just, I don't vibe with them opening a bomb of some random stuff. I mean, I haven't looked at what it is exactly, but most likely there's something funky in it, and it's in it. I don't want nothing that's going right into the colon and being exposed if it's not going through my digestive system first. I don't. Hell, I'm not gonna chance it. I'd rather just eat real foods. I get prebiotics from mushrooms, probiotics from everything else. You know what I mean? Enzymes in real food, salads. You know what I mean? Eating alkaline foods, you're getting all the probiotics, prebiotics you need. Not eating vinegars, that's gonna kill your gut bacteria. Yeah, they'll never do the shortage because they don't want the people to fast. Well, and then, what's funny is everybody could fast a lot more than we think we can, but then it would still be like everyone would be like freaking out if there was a food shortage. You know what I mean? They would be like, I'm dying, dude. But really, you could fast, and then like people would probably just start freaking out and dying just from the fear of it. Yeah, I don't vibe with vinegar, guys. I don't vibe with vinegar. Yeah, you got to ease into fasting, and then you got to ease into fasting. You're right, and then you want to make sure when you do refeed, you guys, if you ever do practice any fasting, don't just go crazy because I've done that where I fasted for 3 days straight and then I just refed like crazy, and before I knew it, I'd ate so much food in a short time that my stomach just was just devastated for like 6 hours, and I'll never do that. Like it hurt so much that I won't do that again. So be careful with how you refeed, and you can refeed with like some soft, low glycemic fruits. If you can do like berries or something like that, something low sugar to break your fast is going to be better. Vinegar is bad, yeah. In my opinion, it is very bad. It causes acid in the body. Here, I'll show you guys some apple cider vinegar stuff. Okay, so what's the deal with vinegar? What's wrong with vinegar? What essentially is it, guys? What do I preach a lot about? So I preach about acid, right? Acid in the body, right? It's like Dr. Sebi, like a lot of these alkaline dudes, they preach about acid. Acid is in fact a real bad thing. There's heavy amounts of acid in the body was never intended. Okay, for the body to be acid, that's how disease forms. It's got to be acidic. It's got to be an acidic environment for this disease to form. So if we're consuming pure acid, that's what this stuff is. Why can't you even, why do you have to dilute it so much, and it will destroy your teeth. It'll destroy your teeth if it touches your teeth. Anything that destroys your teeth that goes in your mouth is not healthy for your body. Think about it. Trying to get you another slide up here. Take a screenshot of this one. So, something that destroys your teeth and your skin, if it touches it, is that something you want down in your stomach? Think about it. Think about it. This stuff will erode your indestructible teeth. It will erode your teeth. I used to take it. I used to take apple cider vinegar. You're not out of. Nobody's wrong. For this was a big giant. You know how there was the big thing about, Brags, they're watering down their ACV now. They're doing you a favor, because the more concentrated this stuff is, the more toxic it is to the human body. Because why? Because where the hell in nature would we just go around eating a bunch of dead ass stuff that's just been sitting there molding and rotting all day, dude? You would smell that. Have you ever smelled vinegar? Like, have you ever sprayed it? Like, if you ever sprayed vinegar and like got it up in your respiratory, it's toxic, man. It will choke you out. It will choke you out. Like, I sprayed my weeds one year. They told me to spray vinegar on it. I got the pump sprayer. I had the mask on, all that 9 yards. I'm spraying this stuff. Like, it was closing my lungs. And I'm like, this is not normal, man. And I remember, vinegar is natural. It's natural. Vinegar is toxic, man. Vinegar is toxic. And again, if this is eroding, think of what it does inside of you. If it can erode your teeth, dude, none of my food's gonna do this. None of the foods or anything I put in my body is attacking me that way. Okay? So they tell us another product that we're told is good for you that is not. It's acidic. Again, I've got more details on it. This is just the basis. Vinegar is only good for cleaning. That's right. For the cleaning guys, for neutralizing urine, stuff like that, it does work. Do I want it in or on my body? Nope. Nope. Anything acidic, right? That's right. Element. You got it. And then again, so the people who fight the acid versus alkaline thing, unfortunately, alkaline always wins. Why? Because alkaline's nature. You can't beat nature. If you're fighting for acid, guess what? Every single thing that is made by man is acidic. The products that were ever made, there's none that are alkaline that are made by man. So that's the ACV, guys. It's a big scam. So are you guys gonna spread the word? Because this is the truth. And if you rabbit hole it, you'll find that this is the truth. It's not my opinion. It's not that any of that. Okay? So again, people will say that they know people who helped, bro, that this helped you. Okay. A lot of times when people are consuming this acid, right? This acid. A lot of times when people are consuming this, what are they doing? A lot of times they're fasting. All right? And if they're not fasting, they're going to heal from something. So if you got the AIDS or whatever you got, if you're recovering from that, dude, this stuff is not going to really help you from any of it. So, well, we thought so because we healed and we still took it. Well, can you smoke cigarettes and heal up from a cut? Can you smoke cigarettes and still heal up from a surgery or even diseases in other forms? Yes. You can still do something that's toxifying your body and still heal in other ways. That doesn't mean this shit healed you. Doesn't mean this cigarette healed you because you got cut, but you smoked cigs while you got your cut healed. That doesn't make my cigarette heal me. This is the nuance. This is the shit that pisses me off. And it's like we have to understand this concept. If we don't, then we're going to keep getting tricked by these bioweapons. I don't even vibe with it touching my fruit. I don't even vibe with it. Use alkaline water and a little baking soda. I don't want it touching me or it. The minute you touch this to your body sucks it up. It's acid. That's like, you know what I mean? Like, let's say, that's like saying, well, can I use, not for a better, lack of a better example, can I use battery acid? You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same, but, can I use a little bit of battery acid to clean? That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a dirty vibe to me. And, but that's a great question. That is a good question. You know what I mean? But you got to understand, when we're cleaning these fruits, where these fruits are like us, they suck up this water and these chemicals and stuff, right? So the minute we throw our fruits in the ACV, that is acidifying the strawberries or whatever else you're doing. You know what I mean? Soaking up into that. You're welcome, Dragon Lady. Appreciate you. You dead ass only clean your toilet with it. That's about all it's good for, in my opinion. I don't even like breathing it, man. Even breathing that stuff is toxic, in my opinion. It's like I said, man. When I was spraying that stuff, it was literally closing my lungs off. Like, if you've ever tried breathing in vinegar, it's intense. It's like, it's scary. I was tripping on it when I was doing it. I was like researching it too. I was like, breathing vinegar, I'm sure it's not good, but I was like, what is this shit really doing to me? And then there wasn't even really conclusive on it, but I learned later, like, this stuff's toxic, bro. Like, I do not want to breathe this stuff. I don't want it in my body. There's no benefit to it. Like, people say it helps assimilate your blood sugars and stuff while you're fasting. Guess what? Fasting helps the best with your blood sugars. If you really want to take something to help your blood sugars, take some Ceylon cinnamon. You know what I mean? Take some MCT, some MCT powder or something, or MCT oil. You know what I mean? You don't need this product, in my opinion. Never, ever, ever did we need this fermented acid. It's fermentation. It's dead ass plants. It's just dead plants sitting there dying and dying. They're feeding us dead plants, telling us it's healthy. Alkaline's the only way, man. Unfortunately, that's, I mean, in the bottom of the rabbit holes, but there's levels to it. You know what I mean? There's levels to it. So, you're right though, Element. I mean, it's just the facts, bro. And how can we get there? Just getting away from the things that are acidic is the big key. Like the highest things. Yeah, I do have a filter for the shower, but unfortunately, it doesn't get all the fluoride and chlorine out. And I don't really shower that much. I use my sauna. I actually don't shower anymore. I use my sauna. I use my sauna. And hey, man, if I was turning black and stuff like the people say you do when you don't shower, man, I haven't showered in 3 months. I haven't showered in 3 months. I think my skin looks all right for somebody who should be, like, I've never had clear skin in my life, but now that I don't shower and I don't smell like crap because I don't eat crap, it's crazy. It's so much easier. I do sauna. I do clean myself in my sauna. Like, I rinse off with a diluted soap. But do I sit under the shower all day anymore? No, because I learned too much. It's like the same reason why I don't eat vinegar no more. I know that one's heavy. It's hard. It's hard. Are there showers that can pull chlorine and fluoride? Yes, and I'm researching it. I've just spoke with a company, but they don't get all the chlorine and fluoride out, guys. So actually these Kangen companies, they do a shower filter. Unfortunately, you got to spend a lot of money to get the actual filter. That's going to it's crazy. It's a hard process to get this chemical out of our water. It sucks. That's what I would do, guys. It's going to be a lot like the pink salt video. I hope with the vinegar, I'll make a video about it and get people to understand that this is something that you don't really want in your body. Maybe I'll post this live, um, but this is something that I don't feel it needs any service in your body. I don't feel like there's any benefit to this product going down in your body. and it just no, there's no, the negatives outweigh the positives, man. It's just the way it is. I don't remember. Of course, TikTok's screwing up again. I don't remember exactly what this one says, but so right here, talking about it's not recommended for people who are diabetics because of the kidney problems, right? Why does it cause stomach ulcers? Why can't you take it if you have a stomach ulcer? Because it acidifies the acid in your stomach. Why would our stomachs be acidic just to have more acid added in? Just to what? Because we gotta be acid stomach so our man-made stuff can add more acid? Okay, so let's add acid to acid. Let's just add more acid to acid. And what's causing problems? Acid. You see what I'm saying? Infographics, it don't matter. I don't need scientific. You know why? Because I know the truth. So here we go. The number went up. So we've got people writing from the matrix that doesn't want to learn what the facts are. This doesn't matter what it's about. It doesn't matter what I'm using for reference. You want me to go get your government's biotech website on it? That's what I usually do. For the people who don't believe the credibility in what I say, then I'll take you straight to your source that you want so bad that you need to hear it from your analytical science. Let's go to the analytics, and I'm going to read between the lines and I'm going to expose it right in front of you. Doesn't like truthers, huh, Dragon? Don't like truthers. Most people don't. Only truthers like truthers. And there's only so many truthers. Most people are fakesters. Most people are liesters. They're not truthers. You know what I'm saying? No big deal. This is no big deal. Here's another infographic for you. Again, this stuff burns your skin. This stuff burns your skin. So going down into your gut, think about it for a second. What do you think? What do you think? You drink it to help with curb your appetite because it's screwing with you. It's screwing with you. Well, ACV healed my uncle. Apple cider vinegar healed my uncle. He was fasting and he was taking ACV and he healed. Dude, your uncle healed from the fasting. He healed from the body. He did not heal from this. He did not heal from this. That's just an infographic, bro. That's just an infographic. Yeah, you know what? I found this on Google too. That'll piss people off. I found it on Google. I appreciate the likes and the follows, you guys, and the shares and all that. Baking soda in the water, good question. I do not recommend consuming a whole lot of baking soda. Baking soda is salt. I get a very good baking soda. It's organic, and it's actually what I use to make my toothpaste and what I use to make the toothpaste that I'm going to put in the kit with the toothbrush that I made that I'm going to be trying to get to you guys, but I can't because I'm busy and I'm waiting on the patent. Nonetheless, the, don't consume a lot of it. Don't consume a lot of baking soda. It's soda. It's salt. It's sodium bicarbonate. It's salt. So Is it alkalizing to the body and all that? Yeah, technically. But again, I don't, I don't, I don't vibe with consuming it. Same with like the borax, dude. I would not even think about consuming borax. They pushed. Now you see that they pushed the ACV for a reason, man. As crazy conspiracy as it sounds. Again, when you know the facts, just this alone, that this stuff will, you can't consume straight ACV. You guys know that. If you've ever done the ACV thing, you can't just take straight apple cider vinegar because it will literally disintegrate your teeth. So think of that down in your stomach. If it's something that's going to destroy your teeth immediately when it touches it, but it can go down the gully if you dilute it. If you got to dilute something that's so toxic that's just the whole concept of everything that we're getting. They dilute it down and then it's edible. That's what the FDA is founded on. Dilution. Moderation, right? Just a little moderation is key, guys. Just drink a little bit of toxic. Have a little feces. Just a little bit of feces, no big deal, right? Again, the moderation thing is legit like one of the biggest things that the worst things you can tell somebody. Honestly, if you're messing with anything, really anything, that's not as healthy, then moderating it doesn't matter, right? If you've got kryptonite, if you just eat a little kryptonite, you think that's fine? You know what I mean? It's a bad example, or feces. Well, I just had a little feces. Well, did you moderate the feces? Yeah, I moderated the feces. Okay, well then, you see what I'm saying? You still ate feces, bro. Like, we moderate this. To me, it's feces. You know? Like, that's just the facts. What do I think about grounding? I just posted a video about grounding. I love grounding. Grounding is everything. If we ground more, guess what? You can get away with more shit. Honestly, in my opinion, you really can. As far as inflammation, your stressors, a lot of stuff. You guys want some facts on grounding? I got facts. I got some infographics. Somebody said, that's just an infographic. That's just an infographic. I got infographics. I got real biotech website reports on the grounding. They tell us the truth. They got to tell us. I got all that stuff. So if you guys want to talk about grounding, I love talking about grounding. The benefits don't stop. It's one of the most slept on things you can do. Nobody cares. Nobody thinks anything of it. No big deal. No big deal, right? It's just grounding. Shut up, dude. This is stupid. It doesn't mean anything. And a lot of nobody's doing that anyway. We don't need to. I'm healthy. I'm happy. All that stuff, man. But just research it and tell me what you think. And then ask yourself, like, looking at the benefits of it and then what it requires you to do. You could even use grounding mats. Like, people say it's cold out or whatever. Use a grounding mat. You can use a grounding mat and not even touch the ground and still get the ground to your body. We're smart enough to be able to do that stuff. However, the grounding goes on and on. If you've got inflammation in the body, if you've got anything going on in the mind, your spirit, you know what I mean? It literally can heal any of it in a physical or a mental level. It helps you return to homeostasis. If you have any anxiety, go out and stand barefoot in the freaking ground. Seriously. And just stand there on the ground and tell me that you're not electrical and you're not connecting to this earth a little bit. It's not like you take your shoes off and you start shaking and stuff. That's not how it works. Just like how you smoke a cigarette, it doesn't kill you on one cigarette. Or you eat a pizza, well, that piece of pizza didn't kill you, but you don't notice it. But over time, you pay attention and you get conscious and you do notice that it matters. That's how it works. It's more of a gradual with everything. How long should you ground? Today, well, a grounding pillow, the grounding pillow is probably better than nothing. That stuff's a little crazy. They plug into some of the stuff plugs into the wall, to the ground receptacle in the wall. Hey man, better than nothing, I think. How long? Do at least 10 to 20 minutes a day. If you can really, even if you had to do that twice a week at first, do it. Pay attention. See what you feel like. Make a little log if you can. And just say, like, how did I feel before I grounded mentally? Where was my mental state? And then now I'm done grounding. How do I feel now? And I guarantee you, if you're paying attention and you know the benefits, you will feel better in one way, whether it's a placebo effect or not. Let's say that grounding is just a placebo effect. Let's say that bullshit. Grounding is just all nothing, no benefit to it, like no actual physical gain. Your placebo from grounding alone will help you because it is real. It is real benefits to it. It's been proven time and time again. You know what I mean? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Wintertime in the snow, get you a grounding mat. You can get a grounding mat, and you can have it copper infused grounding mat. You can put it right on top of the snow, and you put the copper into the ground. Now you're grounding. You can get a heated one if you want. You know what I'm saying? So there's ways to do it. Like this morning, like today, I went out and grounded. My ground was literally frozen. It sucked. It was literally frozen. But hey, I toughed it out for 10, 20 minutes. It was 20 minutes. I toughed it out and grounded for 20 minutes in the cold. You don't have to do it that way. But again, get a grounding mat. Look it up. Look them up. They're very simple. We are electrical, man. There's no question to that. We are electrical beings. We have measurable electricity. Again, I've got all the information. I'll pull up a little bit on it. Of course, TikTok sucks on their green screening. So again, we can power a 100-watt light bulb. That's just the power that we have walking around in the matrix, like on our rubber shoes, like not even tapping into anything real. You know what I mean? The Wim Hof thing, yeah, that's a great vibe. I don't practice that myself, but hey, man, I do want to. Are tomatoes bad for you? That is a loaded question. The big ones are fake, and they're acidic, and they were man-made. They started off as these little pebbles. Now they're this big. However, I eat tomatoes all the time. I eat cherry tomatoes, organic cherry tomatoes from Trader Joe's. So that's that simple. If you can get them small, the small ones are better for you. That that's it. Pine needles are great. Pine needles are great. The pine needles do crazy things, crazy good stuff. Good night, Tom. I appreciate you, buddy. You have a good night. Is apple cider bad for you? So you must have just came in a little late. What do you guys think? For all those who got the scoop on the ACV, do you vibe with the ACV? Will you still consume ACV? I'm curious. Matter of fact, I would like to even do a poll on if people still want to have ACV. Honestly, I want to see if I explained it to anybody correctly, or what they think of it. I know there's people in here still, so let's see here. If you guys want to or not, it's up to you. Tell me what you think on the ACV. ACV diluted. Again, we can dilute apple cider vinegar. Cammy, you don't vibe. Again, we can dilute apple cider vinegar. Cammy, you don't vibe with it no more. Again, this is all your guys' choice. Take it and run with it. Go do your own research. You know what I mean? Don't take my word for it. But I'm telling you the truth about the effects and everything of it. Like, without a doubt, I know for a fact that you're really, really not supposed to consume it straight. You really, really are not. Even anyone that tells you that drinks that stuff will tell you don't drink it straight because it'll destroy you quick. Well, then just dilute it a little bit. and then it's less destructive, but it's healthy all of a sudden. But you can't drink it straight. It's just like Shilajit. You get the Shilajit, it's toxic. It's toxic, man. Literally, you measure the Shilajit for heavy metals and all that crap. Arsenic, lead, blah blah blah. That's what it is. And then you heat it up in a in a pot and put cow's piss or milk in there, and all of a sudden it's good for you. Even though Shilajit is literally just dead, rotten plants that are literally just fossilizing, all of a sudden it's cool because you boil it down. Yes, you should use humans to power your light bulbs, without a doubt, bro. That's right. Best way to do a liver detox: get you some apple cider vinegar. I was playing. Fasting, spring water, sea moss. Give the liver a break. Are you just pounding down? You know what I mean? Like even with fluids, give the liver a break from the fluids. Like we think we just have to have a constant flush of fluids going through us. We don't. We can take a break from fluids, guys. Like a little break. Make sure you have minerals. Don't get dehydrated. Don't drop dead. But can you take a little break from your letting your liver and your stuff, everything, just take a break? Yes. Yes, we can do that way more than we think. And kombucha is one that I don't vibe with at all. Kombucha is a very, very bad thing to drink. It's very toxic. That was a big scam too. Kombucha is a big scam, guys. Don't drink that shit. I love ya, Aura. Unless you can pull the alcohol and sugar out of it, there's just no point. Still waiting borax. I don't vibe borax. I don't vibe the borax, guys. Borax is naturally found and chemically processed. I always pull this one up because again, we know that we see, like a lot of us see. Some people see the jab as knowing that's sneaky. Some people can say yes. Now we know that this is BS. Again, guys, when I'm preaching, the breads. What's the freaking number one thing they tell us to eat? This breads is supposed to be the most. Come on, man. If we don't know this yet, that eating bread the most is not the ticket anymore. Come on, you guys, please tell me that you guys know better than to be thinking that the bread you eat the most. So it looks like you guys are mostly saying no on the percentage of the poll. You got 66% on a big fat no. So, you know what I mean? That's that. And that's the ratio, like the pink salt. You know what I mean? Like the pink salt. A lot of these honey, a lot of these things that we consume that are told we're healthy are just the opposite. In fact, the opposite. Not just that they're kind of not just that whatever, bro. No, they're literally pretty much, in my opinion, the opposite. So this is, you know, the biggest problem with the pyramid is this. This is the huge problem. But then again, you look deeper, and you see what they did to all the food that's in there. All that stuff is no better than anything else. It's all fake, man. It's all processed. It's all created. It's unfortunate. I really wish I was wrong. I really wish it wasn't. But it's the facts, guys, and we've got to see it. Yep, you guys, honestly, being in here right now, I haven't been able to come in here like I usually do. So it's been nice to be able to get in here live with you guys. Um, I was doing it like almost every day. It's hard to do that nowadays. I got a lot of stuff whirlwinding me. And so I'm glad that I got to get back on here. It's going to be a little more few and far between for the next little bit before I can come on here like this. Deborah, you don't know about the honey yet? Do you guys ready for the honeybee rabbit hole? We can do that real quick. I've got some time before I gotta call it a night. You guys don't be staying up too late. I know some of you guys be staying up all night and stuff, which is crazy, right? Sorry, I was just looking at something there. Again, you guys, I actually had to get to where I have to like booking kind of now. If you guys are trying to message me or anything, I can't. I can't do the comments anymore. I used to be able to respond to you guys in the comments and try to help you guys out and rabbit hole stuff for you. I can't across the platforms. I've got two accounts over 20K now, and my Facebook's over 40, and I've still got trickles here and there. I can't keep up, so I've actually opened up a little bit of consultation stuff that people, if they want to ask me specific, they want like one-on-one time, they really want to like try to narrow down what's going on with them, and they want to try to tell me what's going on with them, then I can try to get a little more specific on what I can write, my angle on it, just my perspective, and try to, or somebody wants me to look up their vitamins or stuff like that. Usually I can get to the bottom of it. I could tell you right now that most of the vitamins, I haven't found really much any that I approve. That's why I supplement my vitamins by taking certain products like sea moss, hemp milk, and mushrooms. Man, those are really like my main source of getting nutrients in my body in a simpler form. We've got GMO bees. That's right. That's right. We are literally genetically modifying these suckers. They were literally created. Real honeybees are black. That's right. Not yellow, right? Deborah, you guys wanted to go on the honey rabbit hole? See, I like taking you guys on rabbit holes, man. You guys want to go down the honey rabbit hole? I can recite it now, but I'll show you the slides. You were just making honey with garlic. This happens often. Alright, so I gotta, this is so tough, you guys, because why am I the only one, you know what I mean? Why, not that I'm the only one that knows anything, but it's like, why is there anybody else like up in front of anybody telling people these things? Why is nobody else exposing these things? Alright, guys, let's go. So, where should we start? We'll start with the fact that these bees aren't real, right? They're literally random ass hybrid mutant drone, sterile hybrid, yellow jacket, man-made creatures that never even were in America. You know that bees are invasive, right? So you know that North America is literally nothing. Like there was nothing here that we've got here. All these cows, all these bees, all these crops, all these plants like that we consume and stuff, they've all been made and brought here, and or they've either been made and they've been all brought here and or made as well. There's few that are real wild plants that are in America, okay? They got the vax and the bees too. All right, so here we go. So first and foremost, this is never a big deal to people. The fact that they made these MFs, they made them out of random bees. They used several races and they make them. Nature never ever would have or could have done that. And I have the data on that as well. These were very unnaturally created. And they're just like donkeys, sterile hybrids. Okay? Your spirit sent you to the page. I've heard that before. And I'm going to try to take care of your spirit. That's what I'm actually all about. Is telling you guys, man, this stuff goes after our spirit, man. It tears our spirit up. You're not going to be close to your spirituality when we're consuming crazy ass fake products. Okay? So these bees are made, right? No big deal. They just made these fucking animals that we eat their honey that they store in their body and create an acidic environment for this honey. Okay? A sugar elicits the sugar effect as well. So, of course, TikTok didn't click the slide, so I gotta pull it back up. So, real bees are like flies, man. Stingless. Real honeybee, like the real original honeybees from real world before man made him, they don't sting, man. They made these bees that out of stinging ass bees with bees that don't sting. Now you got honeybees that sting you and they freaking swell up and have all these crazy reactions because they made these mutants. You're getting stung by a mutant. By a mutant that is pollinating all of our plants. Yes, that part is not as that we got lucky with that part because I don't think it elicits as much of an issue. But their honey they make is a bad product. It's an acid. It's a sugar. Yep, I saw that the chicken feed. I did see that, and I believe that. And yep, the chicken feed being so compromised that the chickens are not laying eggs from it. And the chick did it. She exposed it. She said, "Hey, I just didn't give my chickens feed," which everybody does, obviously. Which I said on there, I was like, "Why are you giving the chickens feed? Don't give those things feed. That's stupid." Because now make them go out and get their food. They'll get it. They'll get their bugs. They'll find it. Let them go free. Don't give them feed. Then you might as well eat their feed. It's trash. Like this corn that's all dried out. Dude, that stuff's so trash. It's amazing that it even goes through their body. It's literally a magic trick. It's a magic trick that they can turn it into anything but just totally destroying your body. So yeah, of course they don't lay eggs, and then the money went up, the price went up. There's a whole little rabbit hole conspiracy for you guys right there. Anyways, we've got bees here, right? So they're fake and no big deal. Okay. So So they talk about the oldest bee ever, 80 million years ago. Guess what? There was like a type of a yellow bee. It was nothing like the honeybees in North America. Okay? But they were mostly black bees. This right here, that's a real bee. This one doesn't actually, this is an orchid bee. And this flower actually traps them. And they carry this orchid seed for them. It's kind of cool. But this one doesn't actually make a honey, but it's still one of the original bees, man. They mate. There's two of them. There's a male and a female. They can mate. This one is trying to impress the female, just like nature, right? The other ones, they're literally just robot drones. They literally don't even exist. They're just there to freaking get the honey and die. Are eggs bad for you? In the end of the game, unfortunately. But that's another day. Uh, is there things that are worse? Yes. But that's for another day. And then again, honey is the third most faked food in the world. Fake honey is all over the place. There's honey launderers. There's people who are using corn syrup. There's it goes on and on. And yeah, you get it local, right? You get it local. Well, it's still from a mutant bee, unfortunately. Yeah, I love that bee, right, Dragon Lady? That bee's freaking so cool looking. It's my favorite. Like he's like, it looks like a freaking super fly, like a super fly. So even Manuka honey. People say, "Oh well, what about Manuka?" Well, Manuka honey is still made from hybrid bees, even though it's cleaner source, cleaner. It's a little bit cleaner. Of course, you can't see this here. Let me check one thing. Let me check my green screens here. If it'll let me use. Let's see if it'll let me use this one, and then see if it'll come up. It's not coming up. I was hoping that the screen would come up, the green screen for it. Let's see here. So let's come up. Okay. So if it will sit still. See, that's not the best, but I can't get it for it perfect for you guys. I don't know the point of this if it's just gonna move. Okay, so why don't you want to have honey? Now it's trying to come up. If you have diabetes, because it's sugar. You know what I mean? For me, that's why I quit honey. Okay, that's what made me quit honey. Was the fact that it's literally sugar, and if you got diabetes, you know what I mean. Everybody's got some kind of diabetes for the most part. We all, unfortunately, we all do, right? So again, this is a big mutated weird situation that nature doesn't really have, right? The queen bee that we know and love. Dude, this bee is like this big asexual creature that has to create its own drones and all this weird stuff. They don't just mate like natural, normal bees do. That's what the pharmacist telling you to get. Oh, the pharmacists, they probably really do believe that this is just good for you. You know what I mean? That this honey, a lot of people still believe, you know. And it's like, at the very least, you gotta look at the glycemic index, man. If you can't look at the glycemic index on it and see that it's the same as sugar on your body, when it goes down your throat, it's sugar. Okay. Honey has a glycemic index which has a potential to spike blood glucose levels. Duh, right? We know that. But it's the same as sugar. Even though it breaks down slower, it's literally like one little sliver underneath sugar. So they try to play it. Then here's all the benefits that come in. You know, there it is. Somebody was saying they wanted to soothe the cough. Dude, it's just because it's like a syrup, man. It's not because it's like some healing property. Just like they tell you pink Himalayan salt is healing you. How many of you guys know now about the pink salt? Honey is very much like the pink salt, in my opinion. Honey is equivalent to pink salt, in my opinion. It's radioactive. I like to say it's radioactive just because I know it's not any good. You know what I mean? So it's like that's what gets people's attention. Like at that point, honestly, my opinion, send it. I'll let people focus on the radioactive part. But I always tell the other parts too, like it's high in lead and there's only 2% of it has any minerals. You have to eat 4, 5, 6 spoons of it to get it. Deborah, I know, fam. I know. I totally hear you. What's an alternative for sugar and honey? Good question. I'm always going to recommend monk fruit powder or stevia for a sugar supplement substitute. And for honey, if you really need it, I mean, the African honey, so there's this real African honey, right? Let me pull it up. So, here's another comparison. This one is pretty much nailing the casket, right? Nailing the coffin. So there is this Hemorrhoida from real bees, but it's hard to find. It's hard to get. So if you need something, I say go with the agave. Agave is kind of like up there with sugar. So just be mindful if you're using a ton of agave. It is causing the blood sugar. There's also another one called allulose that doesn't cause blood sugar, and it's like a syrup. That one's honestly, as far as blood sugars, that's the best one in my opinion. At least to help you get you by. Otherwise, there's no real benefits. It's like what do I take instead of pink salt? Take a real product instead. You know what I mean? Because those minerals you're not getting from the pink salt. So like sea moss, you're getting real minerals from pink salt. From then as opposed. The coconut sugar it's that one's neutral with me. That one is not high. It's high glycemic. I just think that they do a little bit more processing with it, which most of it's just distracting it. coconut sugar is lower on the problem list. It's not my favorite sweetener, but it's definitely not as bad as it could be. And at least it doesn't spike your blood sugar. It's like half the effect is sugar, even less than half, I think. So it's definitely a lower spike from it. So that's really the key that I'm focused on right now. There's too many details and particulars for people to focus on. The glycemic index, I think, needs to be really everybody's main focus. That is any issues going on with anything, you know what I mean, or trying to avoid any issues. Really, man, that's so it goes full circle. It really goes full circle. If you've got something going on or you don't, man, you really need to pay attention to the glycemic index. If you are skyrocketing your blood sugars all day, or eating foods that do cause that, whether it's happening yet or not, it's like smoking cigarettes. It really is. So that's what it always goes back to is how does it affect the blood sugars? Let's pull up the glycemic index. Let's understand what that entails. Spell it allulose. It's like that with another L, I think. Allulose. Just word it in when you like Google it. Just do talk to text and say allulose sweetener. It's like ALLULOUS, I think. Okay, so everyone asked me this question, and I wish I had just a perfect. I need to make a video and hopefully enough people will see it. Or I need to put this at the end. I should have covered this more in the videos. The Celtic sea salt, you guys. Overall, yes, Celtic is better. And I agree more with getting it from an ocean that's alive. However, a lot of these salts can have microplastics. They can still have lead. Mainly the lead is the thing. So that's why I referenced Lead Safe Mommy, Lead Safe Mama, her website and all that, because she tests all these different Celtic salts, and different ones had different leads and all that. So overall, Celtic's better choice, but that's why I always say I recommend Jacobsen's. I recommend Jacobsen's sea salt because Jacobsen's is just the cleanest. Otherwise, you got to think about microplastics. You got to think about lead. You got to think about mercury, and I've checked all that out on Jacobsen's. I've emailed them. And the Jacobsen's, I put it in my Amazon list because people were having troubles finding it. On a lot of people, they type it in, they can't find it. So that's why I went ahead and put it in my Amazon list, so you can find it. But yeah, guys, I mean, here we are. Here we are. You know, this is I mean, at that point, and then again, Sebi explains about how it turns into acid. So it's like, even if you know, let's say that the sugar part didn't bother you. Well, it turns into acid too. It turns into acid in the body. Why? Because it's another product that's made by man. They created these things. They created our bees that create our honey. You guys talking amongst each other. That's awesome. The Books of Enoch. Yeah, I've heard much about this, but I haven't rabbit holed it much, believe it or not. But I know, man, it's crazy. The rabbit holes are staggering. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yep. Beware of Pharmacia. I don't know that one. I know we're talking pharma. This one's fun to talk about. You guys see this one? Have you guys? They're trying. Oh my God, Mel! Did you literally just say flat Earth? Did you literally just say flat Earth? Did you literally just say flat Earth when I put this up here? Come on now, let's go on this. You can tell I'm tired. I'm getting tired. I'm getting the best sleep. You can see it in my eyes. My eyes look shot. I am definitely tired, but I'm cool. Anyway, you guys see this one, dude? Everything's been debunked. My video, every time I post this video, you guys, it's weird that they like mess with it. They make it to where it doesn't get seen. It's really weird. I don't get it. You guys are flat earth. Where's my flat earth people? It sounds so dumb. I used to think it was so stupid. I literally used to be like, dude, you guys are so dumb. Like, shut up. And then it was like, no, I had to open my mind up for a second, dude. And it was like, they removed it from the Bibles. Yeah, well, they tell us at some point that God told us about the firmament. Right, Mel? So, yeah, it's all nuance all the time, guys. Tons of NASA documents, yeah. You're so flat Earth. It's because you've actually learned. You know what I mean? You're not just like at this point. If you don't open up and try to learn about it, then and like me, you know, just because I researched it doesn't mean that's only why I believe it. But man, you know, the evidence just where does it weigh? You know what I mean? It's like, and then they do stuff like this where it's like, what's going on here? So there's light coming from this side, almost looks like, and the darkness is on the side. Okay, we can see that we got darkness, and we got some darkness, right? So the sun's what over there? The sun's over there ish, behind this satellite that took this picture, right? Which is normally the dark side of the moon. If we're on the Earth, right, then we are looking at the moon, and then this side that the satellite's on is the dark side of the moon, right? That's right. Keep an open mind. Just it doesn't hurt you. You know what I mean? It doesn't hurt you. Yeah, in Genesis, right, it talks about the firmament, right? So that wasn't taken out, but I'm sure that yeah, the Operation Fishbowl, and I'm sure more details that went over it later on. You know what I mean? Obviously, they had to have done a lot of fucking what did it, like what are they doing, man? They just literally made this up. Like they did it like they knew way back in the day to make this up, and they changed all the history around to make this up, and it's all was totally premeditated. Anyway, so we're in space, dude. Let's say we're on this satellite. Sun's over here, right? So I guess that's a legit, explainable picture. Like, this is technically the dark side of the moon right now because the satellite's right behind the moon. This side that we're looking at is technically the dark side of the moon for us, but not for the satellite. So that's where it kind of gets confusing. You know what I mean? How they're justifying this as debunking. How is this debunking all conspiracy theories? NASA to deceive. Yep, not a space agency, right? line to make us feel significant, and it's all part of their design to harvest our soul. Pretty much. I mean, what the hell else are they doing? This is not for money. They didn't design all this for money. Well, I mean, technically it's enslavement. So, the money is a tool for enslavement. It's like a compass. We are in a war. We are in a spiritual war of some kind, and it's not something, you know, physically going down. It's something in the background, and we're being attacked every day. Our spirits, and it's a physical and in the mental. This world is crazy. This is the worst place to be. Like literally, this is the worst place out of all existence. However you spin it. You can't explain a sundial on the globe either. I never understood it. Honestly, I never understood it, and I think there's a reason for that. But I never tried, so the sundial thing. I mean, I get it to an extent, you know, it shades a certain part, but I don't know, man. Flat earthers say the sun's local and the moon's local, right? That means within our atmosphere or firmament, right? And these things are just flat. They're just flat, but they look like spheres. You love the topics? Yeah, we've gone through it, huh, Dragon Lady? Kind of less jumping around tonight and more just in depth on a few things, like, yeah, like the blood sugars and the foods, the basic diets, you know what I mean? What levels of diets, the B's, the ACV, fake plants. We always get down on it, huh? Now we're on to the freaking the conspiracies being ended, guys. I just like how they say that. Does that not just make you laugh? Like literally all conspiracy theories are ended. Like how they're reaching for that. I think whoever did it is like joking, bro. Like literally. I think they're joking. Like I think they're literally like, dude, let's just see what we get away with, guys. Like let's just mess with these guys. At this point, you know what I mean? That's right. Otherwise it don't make no sense, huh, Mel? They're going after the souls. That's what I really feel like. Satan's at work, Deborah. I think Deborah, you got red pilled on the honey, fam, and now you're like, fuck this. You're on my level now, huh? You're like, nah. And you've seen my videos. You've seen all my stuff where I expose the luciferine and the I can't keep track of it. Lacquer, the lacquer bug. Lacquer. They make this wax they spray on all your produce that's not organic, and they call it lacquer. Lacquer. You know what I mean? And then it keeps going, man. Again, the number one chemical they put in the food in the world is, in fact, called devil's gold. Like the number one chemical, sulfur dioxide. You ever see that ingredient in your food? Sulfuric acid, acid rain. I've researched that one in depth. It used to be made out of the nasty volcano. These people are half their life. They're the people who harvest this devil's gold. It cuts their life in half. And there's still people who do it, but the majority, they get it. How do they make it now? Well, these people that say, oh, you just got to know how the chemicals work. Well, they make the same chemical composition that they were getting this sulfur out of the sulfur volcanoes, this reactive volcanoes. This sulfur, they make it at petroleum plants now. and they burn it into the sky, and it causes acid rain. And I exposed it in a Simpsons video. I exposed the acid rain and how they literally talk about how they toxify the place, and then all of a sudden there's acid rain, and it's falling on everyone and killing them. No big deal. You know what I mean? If you don't drink out of copper, I highly recommend it. I drink my spring water out of copper. It is amazing. I love drinking out of copper. It's the best spot. So yeah. So what is the deal with NASA, guys? You want to know what I think? You see the copper? I vibe with it. One of you guys put me on to this one. I think it was Renegade. I think it was Renegade. The lacquer from the lac bugs. Yep. Luciferase, the patent. Lucifer lights. That's right, guys. Yep. This is what I do too. Yep. You're listing it all out. Exactly. You guys are listing out what I'm talking about. And then, like I said, the 666 plastic and toothbrush. What else did I just recently do? Oh, I pinned it. I made a playlist on my other page about it. What was another one where I found him? Lots of stuff, man. It doesn't end. It's like you can find him in almost anything. It's kind of crazy, and the shot itself. Um, Also, gosh, man, there's so many things that like I said, the 666 plastic and the toothbrushes, just is kind of weird, and the lacquer bug, the Lucifer. Come on, man. The copper bottle, I actually got on Amazon, man. It's actually in my on my Amazon list. I think, yeah, should be. Should be on my Amazon list that I made for you guys. You can go on my bio and I've checked my Amazon store I made for you guys. You guys can check out all the stuff that the better stuff that I roll with. People ask me all the time, like, what do you use for silverware and all of that. I've even got the Mizwax sticks on there, the ones that I made my toothbrush out of. I'm still working on the toothbrush. I'm waiting on the patent still, actually. You know what, man? This shit is out there, and man, unfortunately, I lean a little more toward believing that than not, man. I'm not even gonna really say it out loud. I'm just gonna let your comment be on there because it's I can't just say like, oh, this is why. Like, I just, from what I've seen and heard, and like all the missing children and everything, it's goes and goes, man. It's too bad. So NASA, money laundering. Well, they're definitely doing that. I mean, obviously, you know what I mean. Obviously, they're doing shady stuff with the money. Well, what do they use $28 billion a year. $28 billion a year they burn up in our tax money, like our money we need to put into the federal government, whatever. To, you know what I mean? They're getting that money, and they don't need it. They can print the money. They don't need our money, but they use it so they can burn it up in front of us. Literally bouncing rockets off the firmament in front of us, and they're burning it up. Like, they're literally just like a spoiled kid playing video games, and he's got all the money in the world he needs. So he's just bouncing rockets off, trying to get to our God when they know they just can't. When they know that they can't anyway. So it's like, why? They're just doing it for fun, man. They know they can't get through it. They know their time is up. You know? So, What else do I got? I mean, and then speaking of, you know who, these fucking guys, you know what I'm saying? So, we're talking about real all evil. This guy's a devil worshiper. They're devil worshippers, man. These people who run the world. What else more do we need to know? They, there's no, you know what I mean? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. These guys, they literally, you know what I mean? So it's like to wonder anymore if it's good versus evil, or is this place really ran by lunatics, Luciferians, right? Luciferians, right? And then who designed the school system? You know what I mean? Who designed the world, bro? Like who started the petroleum and Pfizer and so this guy literally talks about you know what I mean? We don't I mean do we got it yet? We know, man. You know, we know that these guys are not good. Yeah, they're all in on it. Any of these people that we think are our friends that are up in these positions, they're not our friends, man. They're not our friends. You know, your Elon Musks, your Elon Musks are not our friends. You know what I mean? These guys are are literally enemies. Satan always trying to be God, right? That's his whole problem. That's why he got that's why he got cast down. He was trying to be God. He couldn't just know his place, man. That's probably the biggest problem in this world right now. If people could just know their place with their energy and stuff, like honestly, like with men and women, like women are trying to be more like men and men are trying to be more like women, and it's like, man, just go back to being what you are. You know what I mean? Like, no offense to the women, man, but like the women, they need to like be women, bro. Like, I'm not trying to be that guy that's sexist, but the men need to be men about being men and not in a toxic manner. You know what I mean? These there is masculine and feminine energy. That's a real thing. And I'm not saying that every woman just needs to be the woman, because some women don't have a choice. You got to be the man. You know what I'm saying? But like if you've got two heads button and you've got feminine and masculine, and one of them, and you're both masculine, one's toxic masculine and one's not, or vice versa, or neither, it's still, you're not balancing. That is something that needs to be balanced. And as far as this world works, in my opinion, and we all just need to quit trying to be what we're not. You know what I'm saying? And that's all due to what? These assholes in the designs. The TV, everything programs us, guys. It's real. It really does. Why is it called a program? Why is it called a program? Right, Element? This is a good time to bring up one, you guys. What do you guys know about this one? What do you guys know about this one? Tell me what you think. This one's fun. This one's fun. You guys seen these yet? The giant trees, man. Tree stumps. Tree stumps? What? I never would have thought of looking at it like that. And until someone told you, I'll bet you $1,000,000 that you never would have thought of looking at that as a possible tree. Nobody ever. Tartaria, yes. That's a good way to start it. I haven't rabbit holed this enough. But I don't really need much more. I already kind of like, I saw it and I was like, yep, nope, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. At least till further notice. You know what I mean? This one right here, I mean, man. Get that one. I mean, it's one of those things. It's not, you don't think of it until you hear what it is, bro. Like, you never, this is literally camouflage right under our eyes. Oh, I bet I would love it, Mel. I'm sure I would love it as soon as I have that rabbit hole availability. You know what I mean? My freaking rabbit holing is crazy. If I'm not rabbit holing, I'm trying to post content. And it's hard to take on new rabbit holes. But I came across this picture. It's a fun concept. It's a fun topic. And it's actually kind of sad because it screwed up a lot of things when they did this, of course. I mean, it was pretty much the trees of life, dude. You know what I mean? What did that do? What did that do? The dinosaurs are fake. You know what? It's so crazy. I believe it. When I heard it, I believed it. It didn't take me much either to vibe on the dinosaur are fake thing. But man, people really say that a lot, and I haven't seen any people talking about it. Like, I don't see any TikTokers on the dinosaurs really, but I believe that I 100% believe they were bullshit. And this is another thing. So it's like, if you don't if you don't believe that the apple cider vinegar is bad, or that the earth's flat, or that honey's bad, you know what I mean, or that you know, um, look at all these lies, bro. Like NASA, the whole design of our existence on this earth. It's all bullshit. It's all design. It's all fake. So then it's like, would this surprise you that they wiped out our trees of life, our knowledge? I mean, imagine the knowledge that are locked in those things. And these things they do, you can't go back. Just like the plants. You can't go back after you made the peach from this little thing, which, I mean, at that point, you don't really want to. But, like the avocado, if they eradicate, some of the stuff they eradicated, you know what I mean? So, do you want to mess with that? You know what I mean? They just do things that you can't go back. Like the watermelon. There you go. The watermelon. It's getting in the grape. it's almost impossible to find seeded watermelons or seeded grapes. And then it's more impossible to find ones that haven't been altered. Because even if you find a seeded grape, they're probably 6 times the size, and they still got 6 times the sugar. And if you find a seeded watermelon, they're 100 times the size, and they got 100 times the sugar still. And it's just like, it's exhausting, guys. That's why I say, you can guru one thing. You can guru the trees. You can guru the flat earth. You can guru the vax. You know what I mean? You can guru all this stuff out. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's not just that. And it's like, I'm not saying I'm just, whatever. But it takes like kind of a jack of all trades to be able to see and kind of get into each rabbit hole and be able to it's exhausting, and there's so much to it, so it's hard to really know a whole lot about all of it. But Caleb touches on the dinos briefly. That's what's up. It's just because that's definitely one thing that's harder to prove. You know what I mean? I know that the proof is out there, but that's just kind of one you just go off of, like, hey man, I don't think these motherfuckers really, I think they made it up. Like Jurassic Park. When I watched Jurassic Park, I really believe that these MFs went down back in the billions ago. I thought this really went down. I was like, damn, dude, these things are cool, man. T-Rex and all this, dude, that stuff's all fake. But so a lot of people say that what, Mel? They're dragons, right? I believe they were dragons way before they were dinosaurs. When I heard dinosaurs were fake, dude, like I literally was just like, I knew it. I didn't even question it. I don't know, something deep down was just like, yep, they're fake. And I was just like, I believe that, like that they weren't real. Jurassic Park was lame, dude. When I was a kid, I thought Jurassic Park was so cool. I liked just to watch it. I like Jurassic Park, dude. I thought that one was cool. But I'm just like a sci-fi kind of person too, so I vibe with it. I mean, I still looked at it as sci-fi, but as a kid, you question the dinos. That's cool. I never questioned them like that. I kind of I fell for the dinos. I fell for it. The bones were giants. They were just what giants? What giants? Giant reptiles or giant humans? And they just rearranging them differently. I didn't rabbit hole that one yet, Mel. Is that what it is? That they were giant humans, and they just manipulated it and made them up, like puzzled them in a different form. So what? What? So hold on a second. So they. What about the people like the archaeologists that dug them up? Do you guys know enough about it? Were they in on it or something? Was there somebody who had to come and approve these dinosaurs before you could like put them together and say to the people that this is in fact a dinosaur, not an actual giant human? Because you would think that those bones would match up to more of a human, unless they were changing a bunch of stuff. I know that, yes, there was giant trees, giant people, and giant tools. That much I believe. I'm just trying to puzzle. I'm trying to puzzle together the bones with the giants. They never found a complete fossil. Okay. So literally, they're just puzzling stuff together. It's not like we had these huge, full-on skeletal structures that we dug up. In other words, which makes sense. Like how we could get this perfect. I mean, fossils, but post-apocalyptic realm. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think that it's happened multiple times. I think that we've had I think that we've had multiple. I mean, look at the pyramids. And then when this existence is wiped out in 10,000 years, the only thing that'll be left is the dam, like the Hoover Dam. Hopefully not. Hopefully that'll crumble. But that's what would be left. And then people would be like, well, what was that ancient civilization? That's what we're doing with the pyramids. I mean, we're looking at the pyramids like, hey, this was all wiped out. And it was reset pretty much. And that's what was left with these pyramids and stuff, you know. Prep for survival, yeah, that never hurts to learn the knots and all that. Yeah, sure. A lot of people won't do that, but it doesn't hurt to do that by any means. I believe this. I believe this 100% noble. They're telling us dinosaur bones when it's really giant people. All right, so you guys just kind of caught me. You kind of rabbit holed me through that one, because I knew that about the giants, and I knew that the dinosaurs were fake. I just didn't know that that's how they were throwing it down. But you can't make this stuff up. No complete skeletons, so they're just piecing it and making the shit up. So they got these, they've got these people in on it. Interesting. They got these what paleontologists. That's like a whole profession that they just fucking that's totally fake. They're just pulling up giant bones and they're trying to figure out what kind of dinosaur they are. Is it the books that tricked them? They say this is how you build it with this giant. You build this dinosaur, or they just piling them. They're just compiling it, just like NASA. All right. I mean, yeah, that's the easy way to get through it. I mean, I totally agree. I totally believe it. Shouldn't we all be together to kick some ass? So this is the closest we're gonna get to this in this crazy world right now. Is like literally talking on here like this. Honestly, you know what I mean? Are we all gonna physically get together? That'd be cool, but that probably won't happen. So we've got to all like collectively be conscious, you know what I mean, and just keep spreading truth. And the more and more people wake up, the more and more powerful we get, and the more and more we come up with bright ideas to change what's going on here. And that's what this is all about, in my opinion, man. I've been preaching this. How long, Mel, have I been preaching this about this vibe? You know, trying to change the earth, trying to change the tone, trying to change the vibe of the whole place. That's what we're here for. You love this rabbit hole? I bet. I really do need a rabbit hole this one. Because I don't do the fun. Like lately, I haven't been doing fun rabbit holes. Like I haven't done a fun rabbit hole in a while. You know what I mean? Like an actual fun one. Because a lot of this rabbit hole stuff, like, it's the not fun stuff. They tell you, you know, if you want to appeal anything or if you want to stand out, go for the stuff that's not. Go for the stuff that's not, you know, popular. And telling people that the stuff they eat is toxic is not popular in this world. You know what I mean? So I need to go down a fun rabbit hole because I go down these tough rabbit holes. They were trying to rewrite. Well, they did. They not only did they rewrite it, but they pretty much wrote it out for us exactly how they wanted it. You know what I mean? They wrote it out. They painted their own picture, and then we just had to succumb to it. Like we literally didn't even have a choice, man. Like that's what's crazy about all this. Like we literally up to this point, we really had no free will. Like honestly, like we were literally told constantly, like this is approved. Like this is what it is. This is your NASA. This is that, and that is this, and that's just the way it is. And there's nothing else to it. And we're just like, all right, like cool. You know what I mean? We'll do what we got to do. We'll listen, and then it's like, you know what I mean? We literally just did everything we were told to do, like, and believed it. You know? People laugh at the truth, yeah. They call it conspiracies, right? Keep calling it conspiracies. You know what I mean? Like, keep calling it conspiracies because, like, if all you can do is literally just say that something's fake, but you have nothing behind what you do or say. You know, like Caleb, he gets some good people, you know, debating with him on the flat earth and everything. Well, they got all this fake evidence that they can use against them that they put out there to trick us. You know what I mean? That's like somebody coming at me with the honey. Try to come at me with the, like, not trying to get all, you know what I mean? But try to come at me with the honey and prove to me that it's healthy while I'm sitting here proving it is not. It's not. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's hard to debate. It's just crazy. You know, there's less up for debate with what I deal with, but then it's just like the subject matter is so boring, like it's so lame. Like nobody wants to. I mean, you guys like it, you know, because you like knowing the truth, but the majority, people are laughing at me all the time. People laugh at me every day. A lot of people who don't know any truth, they laugh. It's difficult to accept the truth. I know that because I was that guy too, right? I was that guy too. We all have been. Where the truth is like everyone has to digest it a different way. Like everybody has their own ways of dealing with trauma, dude. And really learning the truth of that your whole existence is a joke and a lie is kind of traumatic in a way. I mean, it's crazy to think about. I mean, it's been a long time that I've had to know this stuff. Years, decades. You know what I mean? A decade, like 16, 15 or 16 years that I've seen this for what it is. And, you know, been a victim to it as well. I'm definitely getting tired though. Nope, exactly. They're not going to teach us anything like this in the indoctrination, let alone anything really of any other value, like grounding or diet. You know what I mean? Let alone this stuff. This is all just conspiracies. Yeah, exactly. A lot of this stuff is PubMed, right? That's what I do. That's what I expose. That's what I always post. Is government's biotech website, PubMed, public. You know what I mean? Information. You know, and it's like if you can't, you know, if you what more do you need? What more do you need? They have because they have to tell us the truth in some way. We just have to find it. That's the tricky part. You know, that's what I do with the food. Where's the truth? Well, I know the truth. I know this is bad. Well, how? Well, let's go down the rabbit hole and explain how. And then a lot of times I learn a bunch more toxic things about how, you know, how much worse it is than I thought it was. Like honey, dude, I did not think honey was going to be that bad. Like I knew honey was bad, but it was like when I rabbit holed it, man, I did it for 3 days. I rabbit holed honey for 3 straight days. It was wild, dude, and I still haven't made the video. And then here you are talking about honey. The Netflix show, The Inside Job. There you go. That'd be fun to rabbit hole. That'd be fun to learn about. It's like at this point, it's more interesting to learn about the truth than it is to chase a bunch of fiction stuff. Why? Because facts is stranger than fiction. So it's like right now, learning the truth is more interesting than watching some fake TV show. You might as well go on a documentary binge or something and learn the real facts of your sci-fi of a world. It's a sci-fi movie. I always say that this is the craziest sci-fi movie I've ever seen. I can't say I've seen one that goes much crazier than what we're rolling with right now. And that's this crazy shit, man. It's not all. Do you think it's all just crazy conspiracy coincidences? They control the weather. They're spraying the clouds. They're cutting down trees. They got us in a dome. There's all this stuff in history they're lying to us about in so many different directions. Big pharma, the every shot you can get in the world. You know what I mean, guys? It goes on and on and on and on and on. It's literally the song that never ends. It just keeps going. And again, you can get into, you know, you can get into specifics, but at the end of the day, it's like it's all around you, man. You can say, hey, man, I'm the professional of this, and this is bad. This is why. That's awesome. I'm glad you know that. But hey, this, and this, and this, and this is too. So just be mindful. Like, don't want to bring down your day or none of that. Kill the vibe. That's not what I want to do. But if you see somebody drowning, man, you're gonna try to save them. Whether they're comfortable in that water, it's warm. Still, it's like I'm still gonna try to pull you out of the water. Or like a kid didn't know better. They're drowning. They don't even know it. They're just playing. You're still gonna pull them out. You try to. I appreciate you, Dragon Lady. Spirits crying out loud. But you're beginning to. You got red pilled out, right? So you didn't. You are seeing most of this stuff for the first time, pretty much. You know what I mean? So just give yourself time, because we went through a lot. You want to hear me talk about the honey again? Oh, the honey. Yeah, oh yeah, I've only showed you guys a teeny bit. I'll pull up some more facts on the honey. Give me a second. Check this out. I'll do a quick breakdown. So this is my little notes on the honey. So I have like tons of these sheets on the stuff I study, hundreds in my Google. I have Google Keep. It's like a little note app. Anyway, this is one of the hundreds of my notes. So, and again, this was for me to make the video because I didn't want to forget the details. So the first of it is that they're fake. They're man-made. Then they're high glycemic. That means they're just like sugar. Eating the honey is just like taking sugar. So what is that? That just negates all the benefits. That's like eating pure sodium chloride and having 2% of benefits of minerals in there, right? So again, it's all right here. Acidic. It's acidic. Also, manuka is acidic. There's a ton of fake. 73% of honey is fake. Okay. It's got tons of glyphosate, so they might as well be like these plants that just get sprayed all day. That's what these honeybees suck it up. They're eating this up. Then there was, you know, then there's all the other crap they're subjected to. Of course, all the stuff that's out there. They're it concentrates in them, right? There's these other dirty schemes that are still happening. You know what I mean? They're making billions a year, and it's only projected to just make more and more and more of it. It just keeps going and keeps going and going, right? And of course, real honeybees, they don't actually sting. These fake bees sting, so it's just an element to throw in there for you to understand. Like there's a difference to that. You know what I mean? And then the rest is just my notes, and pretty much how I go down the information of these things. So that's just the top 10 issues with the honey that I found, and it goes on and on. It keeps going. I've got 250 screenshots of information on the honey from the government's biotech website, all of that. Real bees don't sting. That's right. Is that why the new honeycomb that you ate tastes awful? Oh, it's definitely probably some concentrated carcinogens up in there. Hold on. So, at this point, if we still want the honey, I'm kind of glad that cut it off. But once again, we got approval for the honeybees to have their own, so they don't get what? What are they doing, man? You know what I mean? Oh, when I disappear, the Matrix ain't got me yet, Savage. It ain't got me yet, fam. But when I disappear, it's because I'm pulling up another slide. Christian, tell me that you haven't seen this yet. They got 6G rolling out soon. Might as well. That's why I say, why not stop? Why stop here? Just like with the blueberries and everything else, the watermelon. You got the blueberries started here. You got the grape-sized blueberries now. Why stop there? Dude, let's make coconut-sized blueberries. I mean, honestly, at that point, let's just make coconut-sized blueberries, guys. Freaking send it. It'll just be this big sugar ball. I mean, where does it stop, honestly? Like, just because, it's been over time, and it's like, this is a problem. Everything's bigger than it used to be. Everything's bigger than it used to be. Oh, they're lacking lots of stuff. They're lacking tons of nutrients. These benefits you get from this everybody's eating this honey. Stop eating this fake ass honey. It's not doing nothing for you. It's like eating pink salt. You watch the pink salt video and you're still just it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Oh. So, more examples of things they tell us is healthy. These things, dude, the pineapple, I love pineapples. They're so fake. They took 5 plants and made them. Made them. And they're pure sugar now. And do you know that they don't actually grow on trees? Why do I always think pineapples grow on trees? Did you ever think that? They grow on the ground, dude, on these random shrubs, and they don't grow on their own. They cannot grow on their own. Garlic's also acidic. That's right. Do you... Element, you didn't know that? You did know that. Don't play with me. I know that you had to have known that. You're talking alkaline foods. Shut up. If you're talking alkaline, you didn't know the pineapples were fake? Shut up. Do you know what bromamine is? Bromamine? Yeah, pineapple's not usually eaten as much, but it's something to know. You know pineapples eat you. You have eaten one in months, it didn't eat you in months. Bromelain? Bromoline? Bromelain? This chemical eats you, bro, because they made these things. They used pineapples for digestive disorders. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean about the sleep. I'm the same way. It's, it just can keep going, so I have to, I don't want to keep you guys up all night either, because that's what happens is we'll get into stuff, and it just drags out like crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it goes from one thing to the other, so, crazily. Why is my tongue burning? Remember we were talking about apple cider vinegar, how it burns you up? How it's burning your skin? It's burning up your teeth? It's burning up everything? Why does pineapples burn you? Why does cashews burn the people who harvest cashews? Acid. Acid. So it's cool to have this stuff burning your mouth, burning your skin, burning up your teeth and gums, but it's cool to have that down in your stomach, which is already acidic. That's a bomb. It's a bomb. It's a bomb of acid in your body. That's that's what creates a diseased environment in the body. Is the acid as well, without a doubt. Somebody told you that the cashews mold in the body. It's probably a residual effect of eating aflatoxins, which is a type of mold that's not traceable. I got cashews stuff. So this one is tough. The cashew. It's actually not a nut. The cashew is actually a type of fruit, and it's not something that is edible. It's not something edible by nature. Okay, the shell of it's toxic for a reason, and you can't eat a cashew in nature. You have to heat this shit up, and heating this up causes a bunch of problems. For one, it's called acrylamide, and if you got toxic components in there and you're heating it up, then you know what I mean? You're causing a crazy chemical reaction, man. And if the people who are harvesting your food is burning up, it's burning them up, and then it goes into a process where that acid's gone now. It's just burned up. Not my vibe. That is not a vibe I want. You know what I mean? Element, that's a good question. It's the question of the night. Why? Because we're amazing healers. That's the only way. If not, we'd be screwed. We're not designed for all this, but somehow we can survive it because our bodies just keep healing, and it's healing up stuff that the body never would have experienced had they not created these environments for us. The body never would have experienced these. And again, while we're taking all this damage, we're not grounding. So we can't mitigate the inflammation, by which is the grounding does help. It does help. Putting the stuff in you is the worst. You know, you can't eat a pizza and go ground. I wish I would live outside. If I could eat pizza and get away with it, I would just lay on the ground, dude, all day. I would. Cold, rain or shine. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Savage. I'm sorry. They are super good. Cashew butter, cashew milk. Cashews are so good. It sucks. I hate this place. Everything I find out is anything I liked. Even the innocent stuff. Like, cashews are kind of innocent. You guys watch my video on the cashews? The way that the chicks harvest them turns their hands black. So why do they call this thing the master of deception? They call the cashew the master of deception. It's really an acid fruit apple seed thing, like the seed from a fake apple, like a weird plant that I'm pretty sure they made completely. I'm still looking at the lineage of the cashew apple tree, but regardless, these things were not designed for us to consume them, just like the almond. The wild almond will drop you dead. You know what I mean? That's got to be concerning. That the thing found in nature, without man coming in and fucking with it, will drop you. Cyanide. It's a cyanide blast. So taking all the bad out of that, or most of it, and making it a food that's making it a plant that you can eat. I appreciate it, Dragon. I've been practicing that, trying to break bad news to people. You know, sometimes I try to be, I try to be as sensitive as I can with it. And I feel I've, you know what I mean? Like, I've been here, guys, so it's like, don't tell me that I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that it doesn't piss me off, like, or that I enjoy, like, exposing this. Nah, man. Like, I want to be wrong. The brown spots on it and stuff. Ooh, yeah, it's so gross. I love cashews. They taste good. They're just a nasty, dirty vibe. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna end it on the cashews tonight, guys. I got 2:30 in the morning almost. So, um, you heard the cashews clean the teeth. Cashews, cashews. Maybe they do, man. Maybe they clean your teeth like apple cider vinegar does. You know what I mean? That's a funny one. I haven't heard that one. That's interesting. 4:40. Yep, it's time for you guys to call it, man. You guys are crazy. Staying up all night, exposing shit. You guys are crazy. This happens often. I start too late. Oh man, this guy's got 5:30 element. You gotta work in 11 hours though. That's good. You can get some sleep. We got 5:25 in Pittsburgh. 4 in the morning, Alyssa. Yeah, if we're gonna gotta call her. Maybe next time I can try to get on a little sooner. It's just like right now, the Matrix is crazy for me. I'm doing this custody thing. It's crazy, guys. Like, it's fucked up. And I got pretty much everything going against me on it. So it'll be interesting to see. And I'm going to try to get on here as much as I can. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for bringing up my mood and rolling with me. I've been dying to get on here. So I'll be between this page and my other page trying to keep the content flowing for you. Trying to post some good and bad stuff for you guys to mess with. If you haven't seen my posts lately, you know, go down the list because you won't see me on the For You page probably very often. So just go on my page, check out my link tree. I got my other socials on there, so you can follow my other social medias. I recently added my Facebook on there because the Facebook kind of took off, and now I'm just kind of doing that as like another platform. So much love. Thank you guys. It was a good live with you guys. You guys made it great. Mel, it's always great for having you. Thank you for everything you guys do, moderating and everything. Um, Appreciate you guys. You guys were a great group. Hopefully you follow me. Hopefully I will see you guys up in here soon again. Again, you can follow the socials. I got the Telegram in there, stuff like that. I try to jump on that as much as I can. So I appreciate you guys. You have a good night. Hopefully I'll see you soon.